Sorry for that little bit of confusion. I think our room clock's a couple minutes slow. My cell phone says it's 8:30, so we'll say good morning and welcome to the October 23rd, 2024 meeting of the Natural Resources Board. Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance to our great nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God. Thank you. I now call our hybrid meeting of the Natural Resources Board to order. This will include in-person and a few virtual participants. I have a few reminders and some introductory comments before we go to the agenda. Please turn off your phones and any other devices that might interrupt, and please minimize background noise. Participants online, please make sure you're muted and your video is turned off until your item is announced. Sometimes there's a delay in the broadcast and it's easy for us to talk over one another, which I frequently do, so we'll try and be careful about that. Natural resource meetings are also televised live via YouTube. We welcome and thank all viewers for tuning in. Records of our past meetings are available for review on the Natural Resource Board section of the DNR website, and they're under the title Briefs of Action. So if you want to go back and take a look at the past meetings, they're available for you. Direct public involvement and open, transparent meetings are the foundation of how this board has operated for over 50 years and for how we strive to operate today. Our Natural Resource Board discussions and decision-making are transparent to all, and public testimony is welcome at every regularly scheduled Natural Resource Board meeting. To ensure fair and equal time for all, those providing comments, please limit your public testimony to 3 minutes per speaker. We'll help you do that with these little warning lights here and on the podium. When the light hits yellow, you have about 30 seconds left, and when it hits red, I will politely try to interrupt and ask you to bring your remarks to a close. That's to assure everyone gets equal an opportunity to present their materials to the board. And oftentimes people have more information than they're able to cover in 3 minutes. And if that's the case, we'd encourage you to provide the detail in written comments as an adjunct to your 3 minutes of testimony. I want to thank Deputy Secretary Stephen Little and your leadership team for your support of the board and your commitment to enhance collaboration amongst the department, the board, and the citizens we all serve. So thank you. I also want to thank specifically our issue presenters, DNR Information Technology, Office of Communications, General Counsel, and all support staff that make these meetings possible. There's a lot of time and work that goes in behind the scenes to enable these meetings to be conducted and to have this valuable communication with the public. And we very much appreciate your support. I also want to individually recognize Katie and Emma over here, part of the temporary team to backfill our Natural Resource Board liaison position. Ashley is out on family leave yet for a couple of months, and they're doing a great job to fill in her absence. For the public wishing to contact the board, just continue to use the address of the Natural Resource Board liaison, the phone number and the address, and your materials that get to one of these wonderful people that'll help you out, and they'll get to the board. I also want to thank all the employees, the citizen volunteers, conservation partners of the department for your commitment and tireless work to protect and enhance our natural resources and to serve all the citizens of our great state. Lastly, just before we go to the agenda, I want to make a special welcome and an introduction to our newest board member, Rachel Barassa from the New London area. Welcome, Rachel. And do you have any comments?
It's a great honor to represent the citizens of Wisconsin in the agricultural sector on the Natural Resources Board. I'm excited and appreciative for this opportunity to learn more and provide my input regarding the scope and work of this incredibly important and impactful department. Thank you to the governor's office for the appointment, as well as the many that have reached out in support. It's been a pleasure getting to know many of the staff, Secretary Little, yourself, and the other board members. So thank you and welcome. Thank you for the welcome.
Thank you, Rachel, and again, welcome to the board. Congratulations on your appointment, and we all expect to learn as much from you as you from us, so it's going to be a busy time ahead. Thank you. Okay, with that, Katie, please call the roll. Yeah. Present. We have a quorum. So we'll continue with our business. Secretary's remarks. Deputy Secretary Stephen Little.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the board. Good morning to everyone that's attending and participating remotely. It's really nice to welcome you all back to Madison for the next board meeting, or the next few board meetings for this year. I want to say that we had believe a very productive and enlightening out of Madison board meetings over the last several months. So again, thank you to the staff for facilitating those productive and informative board meetings and tours. I also too want to welcome Rachel to the Natural Resources Board. The department is committed to making sure that you have everything that you need to be able to function in an effective and productive manner, and we will continue to work with you to make sure that your onboarding process is productive, expedient, and we're looking forward to working with you. So thank you very much and welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, I'm pleased to see that Rachel's here today after an afternoon of orientation yesterday. Sometimes that is enough to intimidate people to not come back. Okay, with that, next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda for October 23, 2024. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there is one change. The department will not be presenting agenda item 4B to the board at this meeting. Item 4B includes proposed changes to NR 10 and the Deer Management Assistance Program, or DMAP. We are moving this item to the next board meeting in December. This will allow additional time for board members and members of the public to review and understand the proposed changes. With that, I request a motion to approve the October agenda.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other changes? Hearing none, like a motion to approve with that one change that Deputy Secretary Little mentioned.
I'll make motion to approve the agenda with the change to item 4B.
Thank you, Doug. We have a motion to approve. Is there a second? Robin seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. We have an agenda. We'll move on to item 2, the consent agenda. This includes item 2A, approval of the brief of action from September 25, 2024. It also includes item 2B, acknowledgement of a donation, Kettle Moraine State Forest, Lapham Peak, a grizzly snow tower. With that, I'd request a motion to approve the consent agenda. Deb moves approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Marcy seconds. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. No items, no discussion on item 3. We'll move on to action items, starting with 4A. This would be a request that the board adopt emergency order WA 07-24E, proposed rules affecting chapter NR 520 to provide an alternative method for a municipality to establish proof of financial responsibility required for a solid waste disposal facility. Michael Schmidt, Business Support and IT Section Manager. Welcome, Michael.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Smith, Deputy Secretary Little, members of the board. As you indicated, my name is Michael Schmidt. I'm the Waste and Materials Management, Business Support and IT Section Manager. Owner financial responsibility happens to be one of the many duties that I cover for the program. And today before you, we have this municipal financial test for owner financial responsibility. You can see up on the presentation of the slides here where we're at currently with the emergency rule that's before you right now. We're here to kind of gain final board approval, and then we'll move through the final steps and then on to the permanent rule. So DNR was directed via Act 107 in 2023 to conduct rulemaking on owner financial responsibility financial test for municipally owned landfills. That is why this is before you as an emergency rule now. That act specifically requested that we pass an emergency rule first and then move on to permanent rulemaking. The requirements relating to this alternative method of establishing owner financial responsibility is for specifically these municipally owned landfills. And the owner financial responsibility, you might hear me refer to it as OFR. It's just a habit. It ensures that landfill owners have sufficient funding to close and conduct any required long-term care or other remedial actions or closure activities at their specific facilities. So Act 107 and this rulemaking allow a municipally owned solid waste disposal facility to satisfy their owner financial responsibility using a financial test, which is very similar to what we allow for a privately owned facility using a net worth test. The proposed rule defines which parameters are going to be acceptable for use of this alternative method. And it's basically guided by existing federal code and other rules and statutes that we do have in place currently. With this emergency rule, we are specifically proposing different like minimum credit ratings. This mechanism must come in associated with an opinion of an independent certified public accountant. There's certain caps and criteria that need to be met. And there can't be any default on outstanding general obligation bonds or other deficits that might occur within the municipality. So far, we've received general support from owners and operators at municipally owned landfills. Permanent rural activities will continue after this, including our formal EIA comment period and public hearings. We'll be doing that in the next few months here. And today we're looking for final request from the board here, approval of the emergency rule WA 07-24E. And I would like to just point out or note that we have reached out to our Waste and Materials Management Study Group and to the Wisconsin County Solid Waste Management Association with the proposed rule language already, and we haven't received any feedback to date. I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Are there any questions for Michael? Marcy?
Thank you, and I appreciate the briefing as always, and it's nice to hear that there's no feedback necessarily would be a good sign, but can you just clarify the emergency timing and the permanent rule timing? And I recognize it was directed in statute, but how will those go together, and you anticipate having to go through the significant changes from the emergency to the permanent?
Yeah, so my understanding, I met with our rules coordinator, I guess last week now. So we hit this period now. If the board were to approve the emergency rule, Act 107 had indicated that by the first of the 7th month, and we've done our darndest to try and get that done. So that would have is November 1st for the emergency rule. And then we hit a period of time where, because we're moving right into a permanent rule, that we can use the comment period for the emergency rule in addition to the permanent rule. We kind of hit the sweet spot. So I think we're planning, it's going to end up, we're trying to avoid the holidays right now and make sure that we have our comment periods open and giving people enough time to give us some feedback. So I think we're aiming for probably beginning of February right now is what it's looking like. It's going to come out to have that public comment period. And then we'll continue to move into the permanent rule from there after we have those public hearings in February.
Okay, but for the municipalities that might come in under the emergency rule, you wouldn't anticipate any change from, okay.
No, we don't anticipate any major changes to the emergency rule at this point. I mean, we'll take into consideration anything that would come in during our public comment periods and any public hearings we have, but we don't anticipate any major changes to the rule right now. We relied heavily, as the act suggested, on the federal code that prescribes this financial test, and we think we've basically aligned with that.
Great, thank you.
Other questions? Hearing none, someone care to make a motion to approve? Got a motion from Doug for approval. Is there a second?
I would second.
Robin seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is 4C, request adoption of Emergency Board Order FH-16-24E, proposed rules affecting chapters NR 20 and 25 related to Lake Superior Cisco and lake trout regulations. Brad Ray, Fisheries Northern Team Supervisor. Brad, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you just fine. Thank you. Go ahead.
Great. Chair Smith, Deputy Secretary Little, members of the board, I'm Brad Ray, Lake Superior Team Supervisor, and I appreciate the opportunity to present to you on FH-16-24E, proposed rules affecting chapters NR 20 and 25 related to Lake Superior Cisco and lake trout regulations from Sunny Bayfield. Next slide, please. Where we are in this rulemaking process is we're into the approval for adopt an emergency rule, and this is to keep regulatory consistency. For some of you that might have remembered, we were here last year as well. So I'll kind of go through and summarize where we are with the data and where these rules are going to go. So next slide, please. So lake trout harvest on the sport side, we have a sport quota that is established. And during this, we track monthly harvest. And if we hit a trigger, that's 75% of the quota, we would initiate the process to close the fishery early to avoid overharvest. As you can see from the slide here, the last 5 years, 2024 through August, we're well below the 2024 trigger in this year, but we have had a couple of years that we're approaching the 2024 quota. And that 2024 quota is the proposed quota for 25 and 26 as well. Next slide, please. On the commercial side, we monitor the commercial harvest as well, and there's a quota there. And we've stayed below the quota in both the western part of Lake Superior, from Bark Point to Superior, what we call WI1, which is the top figure. And then the Apostle Islands region, which we call WI2, which is the bottom figure. And so each of those black bars on the figure across time show where we are, where the quota, and the bars below are the different gears that show where what we harvested in, or what the commercial fishers harvested each year in there. And so we have stayed below the quotas over the last 10 years or so. Next slide, please. With this, we use this data along with our assessment data to create a population model, and reduced quotas over the last few years have stopped a decline. That top figure kind of shows from mid 2000s, we're seeing a decline to 2012 when we started reducing quotas, and we've been able to then increase that population. And this has largely been done because the black bar on the bottom figure there shows our aggressive mortality limit, and we've been able to stay below that mortality target mortality. And so this population model then will be used based off of this new rule and emergency, and then the permanent rule that will come in December, to set a quota through the Natural Resources Board, as opposed to changing the actual number that's in code as we currently are doing. Next slide, please. So for this past year, we through an emergency rule, and then for emergency rule and permanent rule through 2025 and 2026, the state total quota will be 34,500, which is about 11% increase from where it was the last cycle. We are not changing the quota, which is a static quota in WI1, but in WI2, we are changing the quota to 22,500, and that will be based off a population model moving forward. With the sport fishery, we'll get 2/3 of that, in the commercial fishery 1/3, which is 15,000 for this cycle for sport, and 7,500 for commercial. Next slide, please. We're also working on creating a similar process for Cisco and setting the quota for that. We have not finalized that, but we are going to use this rulemaking process to establish the season of January 1st to December 31st. This came from the Lake Superior Commercial Fishing Board, and it will allow us to allocate more to the commercial fishers and allow them to plan better throughout the year as they're harvesting the majority of the Cisco. And a lot of this is coming from in 2022, we had a record-setting year class of Cisco, and those fish have not recruited to the commercial fishery yet, but should start recruiting and being susceptible to commercial gear this fall, but more into the next. And that the delay in changing quotas for that will allow us to to incorporate this 2022 year class. Next slide, please. So for this year, 2024, and then for 2025, the quota between the tribes and the state will be just under 1.8 million pounds, with half of that going to the state of 897,000 pounds. We'll break that down to 890,000 pounds will go to the commercial, and 7,000 pounds will go to sport fishing and our assessment needs. Next slide, please. Oh, there it was, 890 for commercial and 7,000 so for assessment needs. Next slide. Also in this rule, we have set a minimum size requirement for trap nets. And this is a 4 1/4 minimum size with allowance for shoaling twine in the bottom in the pot of the trap nets. And this is just to prevent incidental catch of and mortality of juvenile lake whitefish, so they can swim through the nets and don't get gilled in the nets. Next slide, please. And also we've done some working on gear standard marking requirements. And so we're going to require that all nets be marked similar to what we currently require just for large mesh nets under in waters less than 330 feet. Next slide, please. So the next steps will be we're requesting approval for this emergency, and we'll continue to work towards the permanent rule. And this will allow us to appropriately manage the multi-use fishery by setting quotas and associated rules. We'll have additional hearings and meetings to discuss these new quotas and other rules, and bring a permanent rule here shortly to ensure the sustainability of the Lake Superior ecosystem. And next slide, please. And so with that, I'll take any questions from the board.
We have no speakers for this item. Are there questions from the board? Robin.
Hi, Brett. Thank you for this great information. I just have kind of a general question about the nature of the emergency rule. And it's my understanding that for fisheries, it's very common to come up with emergency rules because of the timing needed. I think that's the explanation for why these move forward as an emergency rule. Could you just confirm that so that we have an understanding that there isn't an emergency situation, but this is a process that you use in a fluid program that needs annual tweaking?
Yep, that's exactly right. So this quota that we're setting for 24, 25, and 26 is data through 2022. And because of the length of the rulemaking process, we have to do the emergency rule to get it in place as soon as possible, because we still haven't brought the permanent rule, which we would be then looking at 3 years difference between the data that we're using and when we're getting that permanent rule in place. And so this emergency allows us to better manage, and it helps us if we need to reduce the quota, but it also helps utilize the resource if we need to increase the quota, like in this time. And so we're going to be able to more effectively utilize the harvestable surplus of the lake trout by getting this done. This rule package does allow that. Hopefully it will be more of an expedited process in the future, so we won't have to change the actual number in code. We'll just follow code to come to the Natural Resource Board and get approval for the quotas. And so it should be a quicker process and not need to go through the emergency rule process, at least with lake trout, in the future. So
Thank you.
Other questions for Brad? Marcy.
Just curious, the visuals on the netting system are very helpful. Did that get prompted by any specific action or an issue going on? Because I guess I was kind of surprised that that wasn't already in place, given how busy, the bay and areas have gotten there.
Are you talking about the actual
The marking.
So so the marking isn't really changing. What is changing in this, all that was already in code with how it looks. And what is changing is a little tag on the gill nets. Currently, it's for law enforcement purposes. As they come up to a net that's under 330 feet, currently, if it's large mesh, it has a tag that tells people what it is. If it's small mesh, and that's 4.25 or bigger or less. So if it's small mesh, it doesn't need that tag. And so law enforcement doesn't know if that net is set without the correct marking for them to know what it is, or if it didn't need the marking. And so this is just a clarification to help law enforcement.
Okay, so now it will be consistent that the tag is there no matter what.
Yeah, the tag will just be there no matter what to let law enforcement know what kind of gear is in the water.
Okay, thank
But
you.
but the visual markings of the buoys and the flags, that's not changing, and that's still there. And so the recreational fishers know, the pleasure boaters know, that when they see those flags and buoys, to stay away from that gear so they don't get their angling gear caught up in it.
Other questions of Brad? I have a couple quick ones, Brad. You've covered the recommendations on quotas for Cisco and for lake trout. But one of the most prominent fish species up there is the whitefish. And we don't directly regulate that with a quota, but it's more indirectly regulated through the limits on lake trout harvest and the catch per effort. My question is real simple. How's the whitefish population doing and how is the fishery?
So yeah, you're exactly right of how we do that at effort limitation, and it's worked really well to limit effort based off of lake trout for whitefish. And what we see right now is the whitefish population is doing really well, and you'll kind of see that in the summary that I'll do in an agenda item down there with Craig Hoopman next to me, and I think he'll highlight that whitefish fishing the last couple of years has been great. We do think that could go down a little bit over the next couple of years, but that 2022 year class of Cisco, we also saw that with whitefish. And so in the next 5-10 years, we're going to see a more increase of as those fish become large enough to be part of the fishery as well. And so we've seen whitefish become a really popular sport. It used to be just through ice, but it's now open water that we see a lot of sport fishing for whitefish. They're doing successful. And so the whitefish population is doing real well right now.
Thank you, Brad. The other thing that I noticed, you pointed out on the lake trout charts, the sport fishing, where you had the trigger chart up and noted that this year was not close to the trigger. It looked like a significant sag in recreational fishing, yet some of the anecdotal reports I'm hearing are big fish, beautiful fish, good experiences. Can you talk briefly about that?
Yep. So a lot of that was we saw a reduction of effort this year compared to the last few years. So less people actually fishing is where some of that decrease happened. Some of the other decrease happened is because we did not have an ice season, and there's a significant ice fishing. And when there isn't safe ice to get out to the deeper water over 60 feet, there's not much lake trout harvest in the winter. And so we really saw very little lake trout harvest in the winter this year. And so that's going to bring down. And if you looked at the base of those lines, you would have saw 2024 was basically at zero all the way until May when it kind of peaked up. Normally, at slide 3, if you want to go back to slide 3, normally you see that those other years it's much higher right away. Starting in February, we see a jump, and then that's going to change in those 3 high years. There was a high ice harvest where we're around 2,000 fish during the ice season, whereas this year we were basically zero through the ice fishing season. And so that 2,000 fish, if you add that 2,000 fish to the end, we're back comparable to 2023 in total harvest.
Okay, thanks, Brad. Any other questions of Brad? I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll move that we adopt emergency order FH 16-24E.
Marcy moves approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Robin. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. You've got approval on that, Brad. Thank you very much. And we'll be looking forward to hearing from you a little later in the agenda.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we'll move on to item 4D, scope statement. Request the board approve the statement of scope for board order FH-10-24 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice for board order number FH-10-24 and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting chapters NR 19 through 26 related to changes to fishing regulations on inland, outlying, and boundary waters. This will be the 2025 Fisheries Management Spring Hearings Rule. Kari Lee Zimmerman, Fisheries Policy and Regulation Specialist. Welcome, Kari.
Hi, nice to see you from a different angle this time.
Great. A familiar face. How's the comfort level at the podium?
You know, it's different. It's different. We'll get there. Like you said, I'm Kari Lee Zimmerman, Fisheries Regulation Policy Specialist for Fisheries now. So just wanted to come to you today to request approval for the scope statement for basically our 2025 spring hearing package. This is for inland, outlying, and boundary waters, generally size, bag, and season changes to meet our management objectives. And many of these come from citizen resolutions or come through the Conservation Congress process. And in every other year, we have a rule package. So we're at the very start of this one with the approval of the scope statement. These are very routine changes that we do pretty standard every other year. This will allow us to start drafting the changes, and then those will also come back to you then with the questions before the spring hearings, and we'll come back to you with the results then in April. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
We have no public speakers on this item. Any questions from the board? Looks like we have multiple interactions coming up in the next few months. So congratulations on your new role, and we'll look forward to seeing the questions later.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kari. Oh, yeah, we'll get one. We're ready for a motion.
I would move approval.
Robin moves approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
Doug seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you. Move on to item 4E. Request the board approve the statement of scope for board order DG-01-24 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice for board order number DG-1-24 and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse or proposed rules affecting chapter NR 809 related to drinking water standards for PFAS. Adam DeWeese, Public Water Supply Section Manager. Welcome, Adam.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Smith. As the chairman indicated, my name is Adam DeWeese. I'm the Public Water Supply Section Chief. And I'm coming to you here today to seek a final approval for our scope statement on our new essentially EPA MCLs, which will take the place of our state MCLs for PFAS standards. Just as a reminder, the Department of Natural Resources here in Wisconsin wisely chose to get out ahead of the PFAS game and promoted or promulgated state standards for PFAS back in 2022. And I'm very proud to say that that has actually set us up pretty well to get out ahead of these federal standards, which have now been passed as of April of this year. And they're lower standards than the standards that we passed in Wisconsin in 2022. But by having those standards in place, it did allow us to sample at all the 2,000 plus systems that are now subject to these federal rules. And I wanted to say that upfront because it really does make this process quite a bit easier now that we already know the information, we know the systems, the public water systems that are potentially over these new standards. And so we're in pretty good shape. That being said, the new standards are what's the the business of today. These were promulgated by EPA in April of 2024, this year. We have 3 years to have our public water systems be in compliance with initial monitoring and 5 years for them to be in compliance with corrective actions that would be made if they're over these standards. So we did come to the board recently, I think it was last month, to seek approval for the hearing. We held that hearing on October 3rd. I think we can go to the next slide, actually. I'm getting into that bit of it. We did receive some comments. 29 people came to the public hearing. All of the comments were in support. Basically, our comments kind of centered on why we're not moving faster. Let's see, well, there they are. They're written up there, sorry. The making shouldn't take 30 months. The federal requirements, regardless of state adoption, shouldn't increase the cost, right? Because we're already, we have to adopt the federal rules in order to be in compliance with already established federal law. So there was a commenter that said there shouldn't be any additional economic impact to the state because regardless, we have to comply with the federal rule. So that was another comment. And then the other comment was that we need to take care of our private citizens too, the folks that have private wells. They're not part of a public drinking water system, so these standards don't apply to them. So those were the comments that we received on this scope statement. Next up, I think if we get approval today for this scope, we would then begin the rule-making process and go through the steps. So that's what we're seeking today is final approval of the scope.
Adam, we have a couple of public speakers. I'd suggest we take their comments first and then we'll move on to questions from the board. So hang close, we'll be back to you. Thank you. Our first speaker is Peter Burris, Wisconsin Conservation Voters. Peter, you're up. Welcome.
Morning, Chair Smith. Morning, Deputy Secretary Little, members of the board. Thanks for having me. I'm the Government Affairs Manager with Wisconsin Conservation Voters. We have offices in Madison, Milwaukee, and Stevens Point, where we work with our network of over 40,000 members and supporters across the state to engage voters to protect Wisconsin's environment. And appreciate the opportunity to be here to support this scope. Every day we hear more horror stories about the impact of PFAS contamination in Wisconsin. Imagine brushing your teeth, washing your dishes, mixing your baby formula, and watering your plants with 5-gallon water jugs because you can't trust the water that's coming out of your tap. Across the state, too many Wisconsinites are living in that reality, worrying about the serious long-term health risks associated with PFAS exposure. Altogether, 91 public water systems exceed the EPA's new maximum contaminant levels, and there is more we need to do to ensure we deliver support to the 1/3 of Wisconsinites who rely on private wells for their drinking water. I'm here today to say thank you to DNR for their work on this. Our communities need public health-based standards, and while we've seen some progress in tackling PFAS through Wisconsin's 70 parts per trillion standard for PFOS and PFOA, those standards are outdated. They're not nearly as protective as the 4 part per trillion standard finalized by the EPA, nor do they cover exposure to the 4 other PFAS included in this scope. I'm also before you today to ask for help ensuring that this process moves more quickly. We understand that over the past 14 years, the DNR has been asked to do more with fewer resources. And we're sensitive to the fact that the DNR has other priorities that are also critical to protecting Wisconsinites' public health. At the same time, we believe that there is precedent to move more quickly. 2 years ago, the DNR moved from a preliminary public hearing to the final public hearing for a bacteria groundwater rule in just 6 months, with a scope statement estimating it would take 600 staff hours. This past summer, the DNR estimated holding a final hearing for their new lead and copper rule improvements within 12 months, with the scope statement estimating that it would take 3,400 staff hours. By comparison, this scope statement for this rule estimates it will take 24 months to move to a final public hearing and 925 staff hours. So that timeline averages just 39 staff hours per month, which is considerably lower than the 100-hour per month average pace for bacteria and the 283-hour per month average pace for lead and copper. Given the comprehensive research on the health impacts associated with these chemicals and the fact that the federal government already set these more protective standards, we urge the DNR to move more quickly and hold a public hearing on the final rule by June 2025. We owe it to every Wisconsinite to make progress on this issue as quickly as possible, and we welcome any opportunity to work with the DNR to help make that happen. Thank you for your time and for all you do to set policy that protects the health of future generations.
Thank you, Peter. Are there any questions of Peter? Thanks, Peter.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Rob Lee, Midwest Environmental Advocates. Rob, you're up. Welcome, Rob.
Good morning, Chair Smith and Deputy Secretary Little and members of the Natural Resources Board. My name is Rob Lee and I'm a staff attorney at Midwest Environmental Advocates here in Madison. It's been a minute since I've had the pleasure of testifying in front of this board. And so, yeah, it's good to be here. MEA supports the approval of the scope statement that would authorize DNR to begin work bringing Wisconsin safe drinking water standards for PFAS in line with those the EPA recently promulgated. This scope statement and corresponding rule is and should remain non-controversial. My message to you today is, I think, simple. It goes, what happens next? And assuming you approve this scope statement, I would ask you to please not take for granted that this rule ever makes it back around to you. And why shouldn't you take that for granted? Because of the regulations from the executive in need of Scrutiny Act, also known as the REINS Act. And just for everybody's benefit, the REINS Act generally requires every state agency to stop all work on a rulemaking if compliance and implementation costs are estimated to exceed $10 million over any 2-year period, unless and until the legislature passes a bill authorizing that rulemaking to proceed. And last year, that provision was triggered for the first time with a PFAS rule. Now that was groundwater, on which Peter was talking about earlier. And it is different here, but they have triggered it in the PFAS context. And that rule still has not made it back around to you. The scope statement for that groundwater rule is actually still valid until March. So the DNR could get that approval with potentially enough time to spare. But again, that's not guaranteed. The rulemaking before you is different. It's not groundwater. We're talking about what comes out of the tap in public water supplies. And unlike groundwater, which the federal government does not regulate, these standards are coming from EPA and will apply to public water supplies regardless of DNR reaching the finish line. So any compliance costs, like major capital cost improvements, are derived from federal law and not as a result of this rule. But we need this rule so DNR has primacy over enforcing those standards. And so the EPA doesn't have to step in. DNR knows Wisconsin best, and we want them enforcing these rules. EPA will step in, though, if it has to. And again, that means any significant implementation and compliance costs are not as a result of this rule. So I know that you're all volunteers and this is these are unpaid positions. You have a limited amount of time to engage on a whole bunch of issues. But I do think keeping your pulse on this rulemaking moving forward and encouraging staff is going to be important. And more broadly, I just have one more sentence there, Chair Smith. When Wisconsin state agencies are promulgating federal standards into state law so they can be enforced, the presumption should be that those compliance costs are not a result of that rule. So again, please don't take that for granted. It'll come back around, and thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Are there questions from the board for Rob? Hearing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd also note the board received 3 written comments from citizens and groups that did not choose to appear. Their concerns were very similar to what we've heard here about the length of time it takes to get a permanent rule through, and urging the department to act quicker than that, and also concern about what happens with the private water supplies and groundwater standards. So pretty consistent public input. Board, are there any questions? If we go back to Adam. Robin?
Hi, Adam.
Hey, Ron.
Thanks for all the work you do.
Absolutely.
I, in light of all the things that we've heard, and when we talked about a little bit is, there's, we've already approved scopes, actions on emergency rules. But this isn't coming to us as an emergency rule. And I think the, understanding of the purpose of emergency rules, is different. But could you explain a little bit about your authority to take emergency action should there be public health concerns at any of these systems as this rulemaking process moves forward?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for the question. So we have the ability in our chapter NR 809, the Safe Drinking Water, essentially administrative code for the state, to step in whenever we think there's a public health emergency. We also have broad authority to require additional sampling when we think that there's a need for it. And we have very broad authority to require public noticing to make sure that people are aware of the situation. And we do use the public noticing authority fairly regularly for PFAS. These systems that have sampled in past years with results above our hazard, our HAL, our health advisory level from DHS, are required to do public noticing. All of the sample information that is collected from all of these public water systems, the 2,000 or so that are subject to these standards, is available on our website and for the public to see, and published in consumer confidence reports. So there's a kind of a multi-pronged process there. There's the notification process, so everyone knows what they're drinking. There's the process where we can require additional sampling if we think there's a need for it. And then there's, we can issue do not drink orders or other orders if the standards are, if we think there's a public health emergency. So, and we usually consult with Department of Health Services before we do something like that.
Go ahead, Robin.
Can you also share with us, in light of the comments that we've received, will the department be able to take advantage of opportunities to move this rule forward more quickly than what anticipated?
Yeah. We are trying to, you know, the 30-month window is the guideline if you're going to meet all of the steps. And we have a wonderful person, Christy Minahan, who's really helping us, you know, skip the line as much as possible to move forward on these wherever we can. An example is, you know, we just had the public hearing and we're here asking for approval of the scope. We could have done that in December. There isn't a November meeting, but, you know, we could have done this in December. We kind of rushed to get here to get those extra 2 months. So that's what we're going to continue to try to do.
Other questions from the board? Marcy?
Agree and thank you that wherever we can move this along, that would be great. And I guess, you know, recognizing now that there's a federal standard, we're not going to go through that discussion that a couple of us remember from 2022 on what's the standard supposed to be, right? The standard is set.
Yeah.
So the numbers. So can you help or share with the group of what the outreach would be? There's advisory committees, there's stakeholders groups, there's all kinds of things, public participation sort of avenue, because we heard a lot.
We did
before that last go round.
Yeah, absolutely. So as you mentioned, there was a lot of public participation in the 2022 MCL promulgation. We anticipate that we'll do well, we will be doing some public input sessions again. And a lot of it will be rehash, right, of what's been covered before. The good news, of course, is we have so much more information now. We're not dealing with, as you said, Marcy, which number to choose. That's set. The feds have set the number, and that's what we have to comply with. In terms of the economic impact analysis, how much is it going to cost people where the rubber hits the road? That's a big concern. We know a lot more now than we did in 2022. We have these 91, I think, Doug, as you said, we have these 91 systems, or I think you said, that are over the standard potentially. And we're getting them funding now through the bilateral infrastructure law. So we're doing what we can to make sure that by the time these standards actually hit and are have the force of law, that hopefully there's nobody left in town, right? That that has levels above the standards. I'm not sure. I think I got off on a tangent. I'm sorry.
No,
Robert.
no, that's okay. Just that, I mean, the outreach is significant.
It
and-
is,
And
yeah.
we know that there are organizations and members that are very concerned about that economic analysis. And like you said, we have better information now. There's better technology. A lot has changed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Thank you. Good luck. And yes, we will keep our finger on the pulse of this one to keep it going.
Thank you, Marcy. Robin?
Just want to make sure I'm not cutting in front of anything else. Sorry. I thought I was done, but I'm not. Can you address whether or not, and I think you already alluded to this, there's nothing that's stopping these facilities from taking action before these standards are
Correct.
implemented, correct?
Yeah.
So there's like, they don't have to wait till these rules become effective for them to do something. So
No.
in your estimate, can you just briefly talk about the success they're having in moving forward? And do you feel like you had mentioned that the federal law requires 5 years for implementation? I know that these often are construction projects, they just don't happen in a month or two, but can you talk about what you envision the timeline being? Like how long would it take to implement the types of practices that would reduce PFAS from their
Yeah.
systems?
Yeah, PFAS is really tricky, right? It's in the environment, specific to sources. It's not naturally occurring. When we find it, we investigate and we try to do what we can. But we have, because we have the sample results now, right? We've been able to get funding to systems. It usually does take, I think this is the question you're asking. It usually does take a couple of years to, come in for the intent to apply, go through the PERF process, right? To get a safe drinking water loan program. And then you have to do plans and specifications. These are big, municipal infrastructure projects. You can't just turn on a dime. But we have been able to direct funding to these systems and make progress. And I think we continue to do that.
Other questions from the board? Hearing none, are we ready for a motion?
I move the statement of scope.
Got a motion to approve from Deb. Is there a second?
Second,
A second from Doug. Any further discussion?
just one.
Go ahead.
So enlightened in some of the same questions I had, Robin, thanks. So I think that, hearing comments they've heard and the concerns about 30-month period, it's again, just urging us to move on this thing, and we'll keep our finger on the pulse, but people need to move on it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, once again, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Take a deep breath, Adam. You're back on for
All
the
right,
next
take it
item.
on over.
We
There.
wish you luck on that one.
We'll move on to 4F. Request the board approve statement of scope for board order DG 02-24 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice for board order number DG 224 and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse or proposed rules providing technical corrections to Chapter NR 809. To clarify and correct existing language and revise consumer confidence report requirements. Once again, Adam DeWeese, Public Water Supply Section Manager.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill. That's a mouthful. That was a lot to include in it. What essentially is a housekeeping scope. There are items, as you can imagine, over the years, as EPA reviews our administrative codes and all of their attorneys, and then our staff use the administrative codes over the years where things are noted that are there are sentences that maybe aren't as clear as they could be or don't line up exactly with the language of the feds, even though the intent is the same as how we have published. So we have a lot of those house cleaning type edits as part of this scope. They should definitely be non-controversial. There's nothing in there that would change the intent of the rule. We also have some other ones that I would call out, though. There's the consumer confidence report requirements have been updated by the feds this past May. The new requirement is for systems, public water systems with a population greater than 10,000 to produce 2 consumer confidence reports per year and share those with their customers instead of 1. So that's the big one on the public water systems. We also are attempting to introduce a new definition of service connection. Right now, that code, our administrative code and the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act is the term service connection occurs all over those 2 codes, but there's no definition of it. And that's troubling because we need to be transparent on what a service connection actually means. And we want to shore that up and be more clear in our code. So those are the big ones on that one. Again, it's housekeeping, minor change to consumer confidence, and the new definition of service line. Again, we held this house cleaning scope hearing at the same time as our PFAS one on October 3rd. We thought, it's going to be all the same players. Don't want to invite them twice. Again, we had 29 people in attendance. Everybody was in support of this one. We had 1 oral comment on this one. One of the comments that we received of note is a request to allow for other labs besides just the state lab of hygiene to perform split fluoride analysis. We've done some digging in, and we think this is something that we could take on and potentially allow for. So that was a positive comment and potentially a positive result for those folks. And again, I think we're seeking approval of this final scope so we can start our rulemaking.
Okay, we have no speakers for this item. Questions from the board? Doug?
Yep, thanks again, Adam. So that comment that I just saw on there regarding the split sample and the code requiring us just to use lab of hygiene, is that for all analysis that we're required just to use lab of hygiene or just for split fluoride?
Just for this split fluoride thing, it's essentially a throwback to some earlier CDC requirements for fluoride. Really wanted to make sure that the levels of fluoride in the drinking water system are in that range. And so there's a type of field sampling that occurs where people can get that analysis done quickly, so right away. But we need to verify that the field analysis is lab verified, essentially. That's what that is. And yeah, so the early requirements to have the state lab of hygiene perform that, our initial look at it, it seems like those requirements have been modified by the CDC, and we can open it up to other labs now. Thanks for the question.
Other questions, comments? Hearing none, I think we're ready for a motion. Robin moves approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Marcy. A croaky second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Adam. Okay, we'll move on to item 4G. Request the board approve the statement of scope for board order WY-20-23 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the Legislative Council Rules Clearinghouse for proposed rules repealing chapters NR 107 and 109 and creating chapter NR 107 related to aquatic plant management, manual removal and mechanical control regulations, and aquatic habitat protection, and revision of chapter NR 193 related to surface water grants. Michelle Note, Lakes and Rivers Section Manager. Welcome, Michelle.
Good morning, Chairman Smith, Deputy Secretary Little, and members of the board. As mentioned, my name is Michelle Nault, and I'm the Lakes and Rivers Section Manager in the Wisconsin DNR's Bureau of Water Quality. And I'm here today to request approval of the statement of scope to repeal chapters NR 107 and 109 and create chapter 107 related to aquatic plant management, manual removal and mechanical control regulations, and aquatic habitat protection, and revise chapter NR 193 related to surface water grants. As you can see from this slide, we are currently at the beginning of the rulemaking process. And the purpose of the scope statement stage of the process is to first determine whether rulemaking should occur, and second, what the scope of the rulemaking should encompass. What we do or don't include in the scope statement is important because that will help set sideboards for what can be revised during the rulemaking process itself. And so today we are asking for input on whether the scope is appropriate for our effort. And throughout the rule revision process, there will be more opportunities to provide input on the content of specific details of the rule. The department held a preliminary hearing on the scope statement on October 3rd. We had 23 members of the public attend and 2 individuals ask clarifying questions during that meeting. We also received 2 written comments on the scope statement. And most notably, one of the commentators asked that the department seek meaningful stakeholder feedback throughout the rule drafting process. And we'll address our plans for that a little later on during the presentation. The objective of the proposed rulemaking process are to bring the policies of the state's aquatic plant management program into alignment with current state law, to remove obsolete language and update outdated sections of the rule, and to expand the protection of native aquatic plants for the benefit of water quality, fish and wildlife, the public interest in navigable waters, and public health. NR 107 was last updated in 1989, and NR 109 was updated in 2003. The aquatic plant management program has grown and changed considerably during this time, and significant improvements have been made in aquatic plant management technologies. This rulemaking action will repeal 107 and 109 to establish one comprehensive aquatic plant management code, Chapter 107. The graphs on the screen are here to illustrate the significant increases in aquatic plant management NR 107 and 109 permits that have been issued over the past 15 years. And these are here to illustrate the increasing permitting workload that the aquatic plant management program has been experiencing. The department may consider modifications to several portions of the program. During the rule process, we may consider streamlining the pond permitting process and expanding waivers, applying uniform planning language for mechanical and manual removal and chemical control, excluding ponds, increasing protections for aquatic habitats, specifically high-value plant species and sensitive areas, expanding and clarifying waivers for some permitted management activities. In addition, streamlining the permitting process by eliminating redundancies and clarifying applicant responsibilities and application requirements, increasing permit fees to account for staff resources to continue to manage the program, applying our current scientific understanding of herbicide movement in water and adjusting large-scale thresholds for chemical control, creating product-specific regulations for the use of dyes or other additives, And finally, combining the standards for permit issuance that are currently in NR 107 and 109. All the items identified within the scope statement are relatively broad areas of the program that department may consider changes to. These changes will be considered with input from a diverse group of stakeholders, including aquatic plant management industry representatives, lake property owners, conservationists, tribal partners, and fisheries experts. The department tends to seek public input through 2 advisory committees during the rule drafting, environmental impact analysis, and final review of the board order. We will have a technical committee comprised of aquatic plant management industry representatives, and then a broader stakeholder committee comprised of lakeshore property owners and other interested parties. The department will also seek input through public meetings in the summer of 2025 in order to seek, again, broader input prior to drafting the EIA and final broad order. I appreciate the opportunity to share this information with you, and I can offer to take any questions you may have.
We have no public speakers on this item. Are there questions from the board? Questions or comments? Doug?
Sure. Thanks, Michelle. So I see in the stakeholder committee, you did have tribal representatives. Has there been any discussion, or maybe the language is in there already, about differences in issuing permits when they're within tribal lands, yet a state permit's getting issued?
Yeah, so we are, one of the items included in our scope statement is looking at public notification and how we notify all impacted stakeholders of the permits. So I think that's something that we can certainly look to consider and clarify during that process.
Follow up, Chair.
Go ahead.
So the one I know in an example that I'm aware of is that, and this is a good thing, it's not in the rules, but what DNR does is looks to the tribe for approval of that state permit when it's going to be issued. So they look to the tribe's leadership to approve that permit as well. Is that something you've ever thought about adding?
I'm not sure I completely understand the question.
So the example that I'm aware of is on a lake within the boundaries of the reservation, when treatment is going to happen and the state permit comes in, that state permit's not issued until the tribe approves it.
Yes, we have been working with the individual tribes to go through that process to make that more transparent, and in order to get the tribal input prior to those permits actually being issued.
So I guess my question or comment was it ever considered to add it as part of the rule that requirement would be in place if that permit's getting issued within tribal lands?
I think that's something we can consider as we look to improve and clarify how we notify all stakeholders of the permitting process. So.
Okay, and then my other one is that additional requirement in that example is that there's a NPDES permit required from EPA as well. Is Wisconsin aware of that? Is that referenced in the rule anywhere?
Yes, we issue a WPDES permit for our statewide pesticide use in Wisconsin. So that's how we are covered under that. So Wisconsin has the authority from the NPDES. So we have the WPDES program.
Yep. In the case of the permit of treatment occurring within tribal lands, though, there's a NPDES requirement as well.
Okay, we can certainly look into that further, and we follow up with you.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Comments? Robin?
So yeah, I'm assuming that a lot of the permittees are repeat permittees. So do you feel like you have a good understanding of kind of like who your audience is in terms of who might be impacted as far as your advisory groups and a network to reach out to them with these changes?
Yeah, that's a great question. Many of our permittees are repeat customers, and so many of the lake groups that we've worked with historically, we hope to continue to bring them into the stakeholder process. In addition, a lot of the aquatic plant management industry representatives, we've been working alongside them for many years. So we hope that they'll come to the table and be productive parts of those conversations.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Hearing none, I guess we're ready for a motion.
Can I,
Go ahead, Marcy.
we did get a comment on this from the Wisconsin Manufacturers and Commerce, and I assume that is a member of the stakeholder group. Am I on the right one here?
Yes, we did receive a comment from WMC and we'll continue to kind of bring them into those conversations and we'll have them represented in those stakeholder groups.
Thank you.
Other questions? Doug?
No question. I was just gonna make the motion to approve.
Okay, we've got a motion to approve from Doug. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Marcy. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll move on to other approvals. Item 4H. And I, and J, all real estate items, Jim Lemke at the podium. So the first one is 4H, a land sale, Osceola Hatchery, Polk County. Jim Lemke, Real Estate Section Manager. Welcome, Jim.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Smith, and thank you as well to Deputy Secretary Little and the other members of the board, and a special welcome to Rachel as well. My name is Jim Lemke. As Bill suggested, I am the Real Estate Section Manager, and it's my pleasure today to present to the board for your consideration as you discuss three different distinct real estate asks today. The first ask involves a sale of 0.103 acres of land, which is a 15 by 300 foot strip of land, to Timothy and Susan Demang at the appraised value of $2,160 within the Osceola Fish Hatchery lands located in Polk County. Over the years, what was assumed by all parties to be a common boundary line was surveyed, indicating a small encroachment of a pole shed onto department lands. Local fish staff and neighbors reached an agreeable resolution, with the state selling these 0.103 acres, which would resolve the encroachment. The landowners paid for this survey, and they also agreed to install a fence along the strip to indicate to the public where state lands and private lands actually were. With that, Mr. Chair, I respectfully ask this board to determine that these 0.103 acres are no longer needed for the state's use for conservation due to the encroaching buildings, and approve of the sale of this property to Timothy and Susan Demang.
We have no public speakers on this one. Any questions from the board or comments? Are we ready for a motion?
I'd move approval.
Robin moves approval. Do we have a second?
Second.
And Deb seconds. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Let's move on to item 4I, land acquisition, White River Fishery Area, Bayfield County.
Thank you again, Chair Smith. This next ask involves the fee purchase of 98 acres located all within the project boundaries of the White River Fishery Area in Bayfield County. This property is being purchased by the department at the appraised value of $348,000, is adjacent to department ownership on 3 neighboring sites, and includes a half-mile of town road frontage on the remaining border. Acquisition of this parcel will continue the department and state's ownership of this unique river, helping complete a 4-mile continuous corridor of public access shoreline ownership. The land will actually add 6,700 feet of frontage along Class 1 trout waters and Class 2 trout waters along the White River, which is a popular river for canoeing, kayaking, and fishing, with this land being open to all 5 nature-based outdoor activities, what we call MBOAs, that include fishing, hunting, hiking, trapping, and skiing. The White River itself is a hard-bottom, fast-flowing waterway with its headwaters at the Chequamegon National Forest. The river boasts trophy brown trout with an increasing population of brook trout. Recent creel surveys point to 4 times more abundant brook trout in 2004 than was there in 2005, an indication of high-quality water. The White River Fishery Area is also home to a variety of waterfowl and shoreland birds and an abundance of natural resources. In order to minimize the impact of stewardship funding, the department is proposing to use 3 different revenue sources to pay for this acquisition. $157,000 of this acquisition will be funded by Act 20 SFR funding. Act 20 was legislated by the state legislators asking the department to mandating the department to market 10,000 acres of land. And with those sales came federal interest that had to be reassigned to similar type properties. So there was $157,000 left over from that effort from a number of years ago that we were waiting to assign to an appropriate fisheries type property, SFR property. This property certainly qualifies for that, so we're using those remaining funds, $157,000, toward the purchase of this acquisition. We're also using $118,000 from the fishery program that is part of their cash revenues from land sales, previous land sales. If there was any fish hatchery properties or et cetera sold over the years, those monies go into an account that can be used to replace those lost lands sold. So there's $118,000 being dedicated as well from that account. And the remaining then will just be $72,000 that come from the Knowles Nelson Stewardship Fund. So a bit convoluted there, Chair Smith, but I think you can see, and hopefully the board can see, the intent behind the use of those multiple revenue sources. As a high percentage of this land is wetlands, the fishery program is not anticipating much in the way of management, but will be looking to improve public access to the river by hand brushing and maintaining a trail from the town road to the river's edge. The trail will someday also serve as a public walk-in launch area for canoes and kayakers, which is popular among the White River. With that, Mr. Chair, the department respectfully seeks the approval from this board for these 98 acres located in the White River fishery area for $348,000.
Okay, we have no public speakers on this item. Are there questions or comments from the board? Robin?
Can you let me know when that trail is built?
I think actually there might be a semblance of a trail there right now, but what's really nice, Robin, is this is a continuation of state ownership. So there are existing public access trails, some planned, some just with public use all throughout that White River.
Marcy?
I appreciate the clarification on the 3 pots of purchasing.
Yes.
Does that mean that the SFR funds now, is that like a sunset program? Is that done or does that continue?
So the Act 20 effort is completed. So we have marketed our 10,000 acres and have complied with the law requiring the department to do that. The $157,000 does represent the final funds that we needed to place on SFR land. So I think that answers your question, Marcy.
Yep,
Yes.
yep,
So that's
okay.
a conclusion of that funding.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. No, it sounds like a wonderful purchase and I can't wait to get there as well.
Other questions or comments from the board? I have one brief comment. I was able to visit the site. I want to thank Jim for extending and encouraging an invitation from local fisheries staff to come up and take a look at the White River in person, feet on the ground. I had an opportunity to do that and promised that I would give a very short field report of that visit. It'll be very short. Jim, I think you picked an outstanding piece of property to spend your last dollar on that account on. This is a great potential acquisition.
Thank you.
Not my judgment, but what I heard from the visit, Scott Toshner was able to spend some time with me and it was an ideal person to meet with. Scott had been the local fish manager for many years over this fisheries area and this body of water. More recently, he's been promoted up to supervisory positions where he now supervises the fisheries program in the northern counties. But Scott found time to go back to kind of his initial assignment with the department and lend his perspective on the acquisition. So I got both the local biologist and the fisheries hierarchy all at the same time. And I can assure you there is no trail out there. There is no semblance of a trail out there. But in Scott's words, I asked him, I said, you know, after taking a look at the property and taking a walk, I asked him, how important is this one? He said, Bill, he says, this property has been #1 on their list for 25, 30 years.
Yes, sir.
They've had relationships with 3 successive landowners, in each case coming very close to making some kind of a acquisition, and either the money didn't come at the right time or the numbers weren't quite right, and they missed it. And they finally now, with the third owner, Jim, a credit to you, staff you work with, and Fisheries locally of putting a deal together that looks like it's going to work. But this is also not only an opportunity for access, but it's going to restore a historic access. The first landowner of the property was very, I think, publicly oriented, and he allowed informal access through his property to people that wanted to access the White without, he just had it as a wide open property, and there was a traditional access there that was used for many years. The second landowner decided to assert his private property rights, and he surveyed and posted it. And that access ended many years ago. So local people are really looking forward to get an opportunity for easier and better access to the river. So with that, I can't say it any more strongly than Scott said it to me. This is a high priority. It's a wonderful acquisition to protect the watershed and to protect the overall area there in the White River and right above the Bibbin Swamp.
Yeah.
So thank you, Jim.
And thank you for mentioning Scott, just a fantastic resource and employee up there.
And Stephen, express my appreciation down through channels to the time Scott was able to give. It was a very helpful and informative visit. Appreciate it. I did not. I was 2 days after the close of trout fishing season. Now, how's that for a sacrifice? I walked around the property and my hand was twitching.
Terrell, I'll make a motion to approve the acquisition of 98.75 acres on the White River Fishery area.
Doug makes a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Marcy. Any further comments or questions?
I just want to add my congratulations to Scott and the whole team that worked on it up there. I too heard from local folks that really think this is a long time in coming and protecting just a very diverse area, really beneficial for the whole system there. So congratulations, everyone involved.
Any further comments? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you,
very
Jim. You
much.
got one more on the list now.
Yes.
Item 4J, land donation, Mead Wildlife Area.
Again, thank you, Chair Smith. Our last real estate discussion is a donation from James and Sherry Weber of 29.23 acres within the project boundary of the Mead Wildlife Area in Portage County. The Mead Wildlife Area, with over 33,000 acres, is one of Wisconsin's largest contiguous wildlife area and contains some of the state's most diverse properties, featuring an abundance of wildlife and over 273 different bird species. Some members of the board may remember this family previously donated 160 acres to the department on lands in the same neighborhood and is now completing their donation with these 29 acres. The land previously had a cabin, overhead electric lines, and wells on the property. All improvements have now been removed by the landowner and the wells properly abandoned, all under the oversight of the Mead Wildlife staff, which now brings this donation in front of the board for your consideration. The 29.23 acres features upland woods along with former cranberry beds, which contain vertical culverts, which acts as a water control structure, allowing for wildlife ponds and wetland habitat on the property, which of course attracts a variety of wildlife and waterfowl. The land will be open to all, again, 5 MBOAs, has good public road access on a town road, and also, I believe that's a county road there, excuse me. And with that, Mr. Chair, I respectfully ask the board's acceptance of these 29.23 acres from James and Sherry Weber, excuse me, and that certificate of appreciation be sent to the donors and expression appreciation being made part of the official records of the Natural Resource Board.
Thank you, Jim. Again, we have no public speakers for this item. Questions or comments from the board? Doug, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Jim, and what a nice donation. So thank you to the Webbers. Looking at the air photo, those cranberry Those cranberry marsh or those cranberry farms that are
Yes.
in there?
Yes.
Obviously controlled by the culvert and water control structure. Is there any, would there be any plans to restore those to a more natural looking wetland area? I mean, you can see on the airport, they're just rectangular ponds. At least I think that's what I'm looking at.
Yes, that's already naturally occurring, that those are being monitored with the water structure to maintain a water level in there, and they're naturally being vegetated, specific for that purpose. I'm a little bit dug out of my area of expertise here. Eric, did you have anything to add to that as far as those cranberry ponds were concerned? Hate to put you on the spot, but Eric is our Wildlife Bureau Director and more of an expert in this than I am. So thank you, sir.
It
is my backyard.
Welcome to the spot, Eric.
back there.
You bet. Chair Smith, rest of the Natural Resources Board, Doug. Great question. Yeah, those cranberry beds are naturally revegetating. We don't have the intention of recontouring them or changing the scope at all. They are naturally recurring. Those water control structures that are in there, they're actually in impeccable condition. Sometimes, you pick up a property with a water control structure or culvert, it's sometimes questionable. Well, these are in really good shape. So we don't have any plans ultimately to change the shape of that area at all, but certainly we'll be keeping an eye on it. And I know there's a lot of interest locally in use of that property. Provides great access.
Awesome. Thank you.
Other questions or comments?
I think we need to mention that we did get to see this, or a portion of it during our tour.
To that area. And again, just so thankful to the staff for giving such a complete tour on and Mead. What a beautiful site and lots of wildlife enjoying that area. So I'll make a motion to approve the.
Very timely benefit between those summer tours and in this case, acquisition proposal on a donation.
Yeah.
We had a chance to drive by and take a look at the property for the board members that were on the tour. So it was helpful. We got a motion to approve from Marcy.
Yeah, I just need to get my language right. We're not purchasing, we're accepting a donation, a very generous donation. Thank you to the Webbers.
Okay, we got a motion to approve from Marcy. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Rachel. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
With that, we're at item 5, which is open forum, and we're also at, I don't know, my clock says 10 o'clock right on the button. Time for break. So the board will take their scheduled break and we'll come back into session at 10:15 and we'll go into open forum at that time. Thank you.
Launch my heart.
I have 10:15 on my watch. Yeah, we'll call the meeting back to order and we'll start with item number 5, open forum. We have a number of appearances today, and we'll start out with Jean Voss, please, in person from Stoughton, representing herself and here to talk about bear baiting and chocolate specifically. Welcome, Jean.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns regarding the use of chocolate bear bait and the threat they pose to Wisconsin's wildlife. Poisoning in wildlife tends to be thought of primarily in terms of death, yet it also causes mild and serious illness. Raccoons, cubs, and bears in good to excellent condition all died from ingesting chocolate bear bait, yet undetected or unreported incidents of chocolate toxicosis continue to be used as a justification to retain the use of chocolate in baits. Ideally, no legal form of bear bait that has the capability to poison Wisconsin's wildlife to any degree would be considered acceptable by today's standards. Random mixes of any types of chocolate bait are legal to use during a baiting period of just over 5 months. Key to this discussion is that there is little to no control over the amount any species may ingest at a bait site after the bait is exposed, aside from a 10-gallon limitation at a single site. Studies have shown that wild orphan black bear cubs as small as 18 pounds have survived on their own in Michigan. As little as 2/3 cup of semi-sweet chocolate could kill an 18-pound cub, and 1 1/4 cup could kill a 30-pound cub. Chocolate is by no means a superior bait. States which ban chocolate baits did not experience a decline in black bear harvest numbers due to its absence. The market for certain types of bear bait fluctuates throughout the baiting season. Flash sales of large volumes of chocolate are extremely concerning. I communicated with the bear hunter, who informed me that a guide was trying to unload a large bin of chocolate wafers on him. There was never any intent by the seller for that bait to be mixed. The targeted buyer was not educated on the nuances of chocolate. Keep in mind, laws not only serve as a deterrent, but also grant permissions, and in this case, permissions to use bait irresponsibly. Despite the DNR's warning to refrain from using chocolate or limiting its use, the market cycle of supply and demand for chocolate bait continues and always will, unless legal action is implemented. I am asking you to take a proactive stance to protect our wildlife and to support a prohibition on chocolate baits, just as the Natural Resource Board did when they approved the Administrative Natural Resource Code to codify into law that substances poisonous to canines are illegal to use during wolf hunting seasons. Continuing to use population level impacts versus individual impacts as a valid threshold for decision-making dismisses preventable measures to protect wildlife. 40% of a black bear's diet from bait in northern Wisconsin warrants action to prohibit toxic components. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Jean. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next presenter is Dr. Susan Davidson in person, Madison, from Wisconsin Environmental Health Network, speaking about the health effects of lead bullets. Welcome, Dr. Davidson.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Susan Davidson, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Wisconsin Environmental Health Network, and I would like to thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. I am a physician specializing in high-risk obstetrics and have spent my career optimizing the health and functioning of our next generation of citizens. I have a particular interest in the relationship between the environment and health, and serve as chair of the Wisconsin Birth Defects Surveillance Council. The issue I have come today concerns the DNR's poor communication regarding the dangers of eating venison obtained from deer shot with lead bullets. I am particularly concerned about that the DNR website downplays both the prevalence and the risk of consuming lead-contaminated venison. Quote from the website, "Although lead in venison does not rival lead paint in older homes as a health risk for the public, the risk is not low enough to ignore. Children under 6 years old and pregnant women are at the greatest risk. The amount of lead found in a small percentage of venison samples suggests that the long-term effects of of lead consumption could occur in people who regularly eat venison shot with lead ammunition. However, there is currently no known evidence linking human lead consumption to lead poisoning. That's lead venison consumption. This wording is problematic in several ways. First, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has found that 15% of donated 1-pound venison packages sampled from Wisconsin food banks contain visible lead fragments on X-ray analysis. 15% of a potent neurotoxin is not a small number. This report estimated that the average concentration in lead in contaminated packages could cause lead levels to rise above 10 micrograms per deciliter, and 80% of children who eat 2 meals of this per month. This is a very above 10 microliters per deciliter is a very high number. These children are also at increased risk because they already have low calcium, iron, and vitamin C levels, which modulates the toxicity of lead. We are putting children who are already vulnerable at further risk for poor developmental outcomes. Second, while it is true that children and pregnant women are at higher risk, it is found that females are at risk from birth to menopause. Lead exposure at any time in life, including in utero, causes lead to be stored in the bones. So if our parents have lead, we will store it in the bones in utero. Because of the hormonal changes of pregnancy, this lead that we store in utero, in our bones, or at any time of exposure during life, including in adulthood. So that means if you eat the lead as an adult woman, during pregnancy, you will mobilize it and pass it to your fetus. So that fetus in utero is at risk for lead toxicity, neurotoxicity. It has been found that progressively increasing maternal blood levels are associated with progressively decreasing IQ levels in their children. So this suggests that women, all females, are at risk and placing their child at risk from birth till really the end of reproductive life. Yes, sir.
Yes. Our red light's been flashing for a while. If you could bring your comments to summary and closure.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
So over years, the quote safe lead level has decreased from 60 to 3.5. The more we know about lead, the more toxic it is, and 3.5 is not a safe level either, according to the experts to the EPA. So I've come to ask for 4 things. One is that the DNR remove the ambiguous wording on their website and make it clear that lead is deleterious at any level. 2, DNR uses a passive form of education. You only know about this if you actually go on the website. And I can tell you, having gone on the website many times, it's not even easy to find the information. So I'm asking for some more active kind of education, maybe at the time that licenses are renewed. 3, food banks are not regulated, unlike commercial supermarkets. So people that get their meat from food banks have no idea about this, and they might not even know that they shouldn't feed it to their children. Iowa actually requires labeling on the packages of venison in food banks. And 4, strong consideration should be given to a ban on lead bullets. And this is not a political issue. This is, all of us want the best outcome for our children, for the children throughout Wisconsin, just like we would want for our own grandchildren and children. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
The request
Marcy?
if you could share your written comment and the citing of that research paper that you had in the initial opening comments, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for testifying too.
Other comments or questions from the board? Hearing none, I have a suggestion or a request, Stephen. I know there's work going on with staff, and the 9-day gun deer season is coming fast upon us. Is this a opportunity for just kind of a quick update on the work in progress?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Doctor, thank you for your comments and testifying or appearing this morning. The DNR defers to the Department of Health Services on human health in general and on wild game consumption advisories specifically. Having said that, we have been actively engaged with the Department of Health Services on the venison consumption advisory for deer harvested with lead bullets. Both the DNR and DHF staff have been collaborating over the past several months, starting just prior to the August Natural Resources Board meeting, and the most recent meeting was held Monday of this week. There is unanimous agreement that a statement and content on the safety eating wild game in the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources related to lead and venison needs updating to more closely reflect current public health recommendations, language, and needs to be updated as it relates to lead exposure. Recommendations are being developed on the advisory with the goal of revising language being prominently displayed on each agency's website in time for the 9-day gun deer season, if not sooner. We are also looking to expand the collaboration to include the Department of Trade, Agricultural Trade and Consumer Protection, as they have been identified per interest for future development of web content and outreach for meat processors and food pantries per the authority of the Department of Agricultural Trade and Consumer Protection.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was a whole lot more than I expected. I thought we'd hear in very simple terms, we'll have new guidelines out by the 9-day gun deer season. I guess that's very good progress, and thank you much. Dr. Davidson, we had heard testimony a couple months ago from Dr. Clausen on this, and it was compelling to everybody. And you can see there's been a lot of work put on this, so we look forward to having more up-to-date information for the public. Thank you very much. Okay, our next presenter is also in person, Lois Lehman, DeForest, speaking on citizen input before the Wisconsin Conservation Congress Fur Harvest Advisory Committee. Welcome, Lois.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Smith. And thank you for this opportunity to present my concerns. I'm Lois Lehman, a lifelong resident of Wisconsin, a retired public school elementary teacher from a second-generation Wisconsin farm family. I'm a mother of twin sons and a grandmother. I love hiking in the Nicolet National Forest with my brother-in-law. Lost my place, sorry. This year, 2024, is my 7th year researching, interviewing, writing, revising, and submitting wildlife natural resource resolutions to the WCC spring hearing. Each of those years, my resolutions passed in multiple counties, rural and urban, so I got the call to appear before the Fur Harvest Committee for my coyote resolution. Today, I am addressing my comments focusing on that. I really did my homework. In fact, in October 2019, Fur Harvest Chair Ed Harvey and I exchanged several emails for the purpose of revising the resolution for the next year's spring hearing after it was rejected that first year. All that was asked in the resolution was that the coyote, like other fur bearers in the DNR regulations, be given a closed season from 24/7 year-round hunting, even during birthing. These regulations are reviewed, allowing bag limits to be revised based on population surveys. This resolution is one of the 98% of wildlife-friendly resolutions rejected by the WCC over the 20-year period reported to you by Diane Kane in June 2024. If you see it, shoot it. The attitude of some sportsmen. They view coyotes as nuisance animals or varmints. They are valued only for their pelt price, not for their intrinsic value and their key roles in healthy ecosystems. So, a dead coyote, a scavenger of diseased carrion, may not save another deer from becoming CWD infected. You may ask, how do coyotes contribute to a healthy ecosystem? Like any habitat. They will eat to their heart's content, gobbling up rodents, bunnies, gophers, crickets, and grasshoppers that decimate farm crops and profits. Coyotes chase raccoons out of cornfields and competing rodent-eating fox. You can find these farm families in Wisconsin, and when you engage with them, you will learn about some of the most remarkable prevention strategies you can take home to try. Stephanie, owner of the New Roots Farm, is a pasture-raising chicken farm and uses prevention strategies.
Lois, excuse me, you're over the 3-minute limit considerably. There's a lot of detail in your written comments, which we have, and if you could slide over that and just bring it to closure, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you very much for that. I'll end with one important comment that I wanted you to know. At the 2023 committee meeting, a member rejected the resolution, repeating the nuisance issue. I attempted to clarify the resolution does not impact the nuisance law, but was muted. So there was no discussion allowed.
Thank you, Lois. Any questions or comments from the board? I would make one comment, Lois, just for clarity. The Conservation Congress is a standalone, completely separate organization from the board. Natural Resources Board. They have a statutory responsibility to advise us, and we look to them often for their advice and guidance. But neither organization controls or supervises the other one. So I see in here concerns about the operation at the Congress. And what I'll say is that we'll take your input at the board for our own information and refer this through our Congress liaison to the Congress so they can, I'm sure they're aware of this, but we'll send it over to them for any formal response if that's all right.
Thank you very much, Chairman Smith. I am aware of that distinction. And I guess other people have also brought attention to you about some of the maybe problems regarding the relationship that citizens have with the WCC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next appearance is a virtual one. Amy Mueller from Dousman, speaking for herself as a wildlife advocate and a Wisconsin master naturalist on Wolf Awareness Week. Amy, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Chair Smith, Deputy Secretary Little, and other members of the board. Thank you for having me. As you mentioned, I'm a Wisconsin master naturalist and also a volunteer with the Wisconsin Sierra Club. On behalf of the Sierra Club, it's a pleasure to speak with you during Wolf Awareness Week here. We've been celebrating by hosting daily educational activities. And fun fact, Wisconsin Wolf Awareness Week was actually created by former Governor Tommy Thompson back in 1990. And we've certainly learned a lot about wolves in our state since then. And we continue to do so. And as such, last week I had the privilege of attending the Great Lakes Wolf Symposium up at Northland College in Ashland. And I was delighted to see that the Wisconsin DNR was a supporting sponsor of that science-based wolf research and discussion. So thank you for that. There was also a great presentation from Voyager's Wolf Project called Wolf-Proof Fences for Dummies. The entertaining talk detailed the lessons learned from fencing in a 1,500-acre ranch in northern Minnesota. Chronic livestock losses at that property had resulted in federal trappers killing dozens of wolves over the years. But through a collaborative effort, the Voyagers team was able to put up over 7 miles of fencing around this ranch to prevent wolves from getting in and causing trouble. The spoiler alert here is that it worked. The new fence, aided by livestock guardian dogs, broke the cycle. It was this year is actually the first year in 20 years that there was no livestock loss and no wolves removed from the farm. The bottom line here is that livestock loss for farmers is a problem we know the solution to. It's investing in proactive preventatives like proper fencing and carcass removal. It's not shooting our way out of the problem. Lethal removal of wolves on a farm just really essentially creates a vacuum, and it's only short term. I applaud the initial work that the DNR and Wildlife Services has done in this area, and I'd love to give a big shout out to Brad Cooley within the department. I only hope that with dedicated state funding, that those efforts could be expanded and enhanced. Certainly, we need to build more electric fences and more permanent fences on farms with a history of problems. And I'd like to call out the latest DNR reporting period. There were 18 farms with confirmed wolf conflicts, 9 of which were considered farms with chronic wolf issues. I think those 9 would be a great place to start with an effort like that. And then I'll just quickly wrap up with a shameless self-promotion. Next spring on the Wisconsin Conservation Congress Spring Hearing Survey, please support a WCC question that's titled Wisconsin DNR Support of Farmers with Non-Lethal Predator Prevention Programs. This has been advanced to the statewide questionnaire by being a very popular citizen resolution over the years. I'm happy to see that. And this whole purpose is being part of the real solution for farmers and wolves in our state. Essentially looking to support the farming community with state dollars to be proactive rather than only compensating after a farmer's incurred a loss. So with that, thank you for your time and happy Wolf Awareness Week.
Thank you for your comments, Amy. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, thank you, Amy. We'll
Thank
look
you.
forward to those spring hearings next spring.
Thank you.
Okay, our next appearance is in person, Jim Olson, and Jim has also submitted some written materials from Madison on the petition on home lake rule and aquatic invasive species management plan. Welcome, Jim.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, Deputy Secretary Little, members of the board. I'm Jim Olson. I've been a trial lawyer for 58 years with Lawton Cates in Madison, Wisconsin. I'm also a master naturalist, by the way. And I have tried environmental cases, and I've also taught environmental litigation. My father, Paul Olson, was a member of the Wisconsin Conservation Commission, which was a predecessor to the Natural Resources Board. And Dad took me out with some commercial fishermen on Lake Michigan many years ago. And as they were pulling in the nets, there was a torrent of profanity because on a lake trout, there was a lamprey eel, which were at that point in the process of destroying the lake trout population. Great to see it come back. But now there's another problem. Quagga mussels have come into Lake Michigan. And quagga mussels are very destructive. They destroy the bottom of the food chain. And they've now been found in Lake Geneva. And that's a very disturbing situation. Last meeting, the department was asked to give a report on quagga mussels. Well, I went to Dr. Carl Watrous, who was a longtime employee of this department. He's a limnologist, and I figured maybe I would use his consultation so he didn't have to put up with just talk from a lawyer, because I get sometimes tired of hearing talk from lawyers. But the material I have submitted to you shows without a doubt that quagga mussels can be spread into our inland lakes through the ballast systems in these wake surfing boats. And our resolution or a petition that we have submitted was something that will control the spread of quagga mussels throughout the other lakes in Wisconsin. In fact, there are over 300 lakes, I think, that we've identified that have the potential for having quagga mussels. So the petition that we have filed in February is one that would control this. I just want to go a little bit further. We have been in contact with Vermont, which originally passed the home lake rule. And I've asked them, how did it go the first year? Well, it didn't go very well because they did not have the funds and the facilities do decontamination. But they said, you in Wisconsin are much luckier because you have a lot of marinas and places that service these boats. And it's not at all rocket science to decontaminate these ballast systems by thermal means. And this is something that should be on the responsibility of the boat owner with violating the law when they do not drain the water from the ballast systems to have them decontaminated. It's a small matter and it can be done very easily. And just in conclusion, I bought a boat, a water skiing and fishing boat for $13,000. These wake surfing boats cost over $150,000. I'm having it serviced this winter. It'll probably cost me $1,000. It's not at all that difficult for owners of these wake surfing boats to, as part of their servicing, to have them decontaminated by the marina or dealer from which they bought them. So that's what I'm willing to answer any questions that you have from my written materials or from my statements.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions or comments from the board? Robin?
Yeah, thank you. Do you know, excuse me, do you know if there are any marinas right now that advertise as offering that service?
I don't know of any, but it's a, it's not rocket science. All you have to do is, drain the tank as much as you can, put in water up to 120 degrees Fahrenheit, let it sit for half an hour, and that'll destroy the larvae. So it's a very easy thing that can be done. Apparently it's being done by places in Minnesota. There's been a Lake Owen had a regulation that requires them to be decontaminated by a dealer. So I'm sure that there will be more. It's part of routine maintenance. That's a good question.
Other questions, comments?
I mean, I think, the fact that it can be easily done, maybe they just don't want to do it, but they're violating the law. And we can't, turn our backs on violations of the law.
Jim, from your research on this topic, this thermal treatment for quagga mussels, is that also effective on a much wider range of invasives that might be at risk of being transported in this ballast water?
Oh, yes, yes. It certainly would be for zebra mussels and spiny water fleas, which are also very disastrous to the lakes. It would be good for them as well. It would kill them as well. And I have submitted to the board, a Wisconsin or National Wildlife Federation video on how to do it. A 5-minute video, I think what you've all seen. So it's time to do something.
Thank you, Jim. Next appearance is a virtual one, Carol Phillips from Presque Isle, representing herself on wake surfing. Carol, are you with us today?
Yeah, I'm having trouble starting my video. Okay.
There you are.
Okay. Thank you, Carol.
We can hear you loud and clear. Welcome.
Thanks. Carol Phillips, I'm a retired civil engineer in Presque Isle, talking about wake surfing again. I hope you'll encourage the DNR to do what the Michigan DNR did. Their scientists reviewed many complicated studies about wake surfing and came up with summaries and recommendations for their legislature to consider. A DNR task force could also answer questions from lawmakers who right now are being bombarded with conflicting information. For example, many lawmakers received an email that appears to show that when surfing 200 feet from shore, the waves are no bigger than for a ski boat or fishing boat 100 feet from shore. but most studies show much greater distance is needed. It would be helpful if lawmakers understood why they differ. Most studies compare wake surfing to conventional skiing and cruising, where those boats are traveling efficiently on plane at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. But in the email lawmakers received, the ski boat used for comparison was trying to make the largest wake possible by plowing at that awkward bow-high pre-plane transition speed that makes a wake much higher than going faster or slower. And that ski boat had an aftermarket wake shaper suction cup to its side. So it was really more of a ski boat trying to be a surf boat. And the fishing boat mentioned in the email was a 4,000-pound Alexis Thunderjet with 6 people, and it was also plowing to intentionally make the largest wake possible. By using these as benchmarks of what is acceptable, it's easier to justify surfing 200 feet from shore. Similarly, most studies boats in deep water, but in the email comparison, some of the data for deep water was omitted in favor of data for surfing in water just 8 to 10 feet deep. There, the surf boat lost much more height and energy to friction with the lake bed sediment and habitats. So instead of 16-inch wake, the wake was only 10 inches, similar to that for a ski boat trying to be a surf boat. Another example from the same email about the potential transfer of invasives. The Adam Dahl study does indeed find that a stern drive motor retains more water in zebra mussel larvae than an aftermarket ballast bag. But a very key point not mentioned in the email to the legislators is that all of the larvae in the stern drive motor were dead, 100% of them. That water in a stern drive is cooling water, and Dahl's theory is that the rapid increase in temperature killed the small larvae. But legislators would need to slog through 50 pages of complicated study to learn that part. You have amazing scientists. They can help lawmakers make informed decisions. Please let them help. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Any questions or comments from the board? Thank you, Carol. Our next presenter is Jeff Meisman, another virtual presentation, Presque Isle, Last Wilderness Alliance, Wake Boat Regulation. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, and thank you, Deputy Secretary and the Natural Resource Board for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Jeff Meisman, and I'm a director in Last Wilderness Alliance. Last Wilderness Alliance is a nonprofit organization that advocates for the protection of natural resources. In that organization, I lead a team with focus on hazardous wake regulations. We've been speaking to the NRB since August 2022 about the destructive nature and threat wake boats pose to one of our most valued natural resources, the lakes. A home lake rule that would prevent ballasted boats from spreading aquatic invasive species in our lakes was submitted in February of 2024 to the NRB and the DNR for consideration. 242 people signed a petition in support of this proposal. The NRB and the DNR have the power to enact this proposal through the emergency rule. The instruction for submitting a proposal like this promise a quick response. This is a very good proposal, but it appears to be stalled in the DNR and the NRB. Even some in the boating industry have indicated support for this home lake rule. For the last 7 years, I've been volunteering in the DNR Clean Boat, Clean Water program. We are trained to educate the public on spread of aquatic invasive species and fish diseases. In one of the CBCW educational handouts, it reads, Wisconsin has several laws to prevent the spread of aquatic invasive species and fish diseases such as VHS. Failure to follow the law can result in fines of excess of $2,000. Ballasted wake boats clearly violate Wisconsin regulations NR 19 and NR 40. NR 19 states that any person who removes a boat, boat trailer, boating equipment, or fishing equipment from any inland or outlying water or its bank or shore shall drain all water from the boat, boat trailer, and boating equipment. When I asked how to handle this as a trained Clean Boat, Clean Water educator, I was told by the DNR that you need to give the wake boat owners a free pass. Why? As a Clean Boat, Clean Water volunteer, this is frustrating and very demoralizing. When are the NRB and the DNR going to either enact existing regulations or propose meaningful policies that regulate wake boat ballast systems? For some lakes, it's already too late. I've made numerous presentations on local enhanced wake regulations to town boards, lake associations, and riparian owners. The question always comes up, what is the state doing to protect our lakes from the damage caused by these boats? My answer is the NRB, DNR, and our legislators are doing nothing to protect our lakes. And even worse, the last legislation was proposed by a senator and representative in a district with one of the highest concentrations of freshwater lakes in the world to eliminate the longstanding right of Wisconsinites to enact local regulations that would protect our lakes. Last Wilderness Alliance has already helped towns enact local ordinances protecting over 150 lakes from damage caused by wake surfing. Right now, local control is the only way to go to protect your lakes. If your community wants help with a local control ordinance, we stand ready to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions or comments from the board? Jeff, and thank you for your tenacity on this particular subject. It's been a long haul. There's a long way to go, but you're sending a very powerful message, and I appreciate your interest in clean water and quality of our resources. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your continued support.
Okay, our next speaker is another virtual speaker, Linda Hendricks on wolf dog damage. Linda was added late to our list because there was a bit of a mix-up on an email request she'd made that didn't find its way through. So we allowed Linda to appear for this meeting. Linda, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Linda, go ahead and welcome.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. You may recall that I spoke with all of you a couple of months ago via Zoom when you were in Turtle Lake. Just a quick recap here. According to bear surveys in the 4 years between 2020 through 2023, bear hunters replied by well over 70% that they were unaware of wolf caution areas. And of those who were aware, over 70% did not avoid those areas. I would like you to be aware that just this year, since February 29th, 24 more hounds were killed and 7 injured. These events occurred largely in Bayfield and Burnett counties, 6 instances each. 3 were killed in Clark, followed by others killed or injured in Price, Oneida, Rusk, Douglas, Taylor, Langlade, and Washburn counties. I am telling you this not as an anti-wolf sentiment, but as a call to action that something needs to change regarding hounding in this state. People who hunt with dogs, be it the tag holders or their guides, are not following best practice. I'm not a fan of hounding and would like to see it end in Wisconsin. But at a bare minimum, I would like to see it mandated by law that hounders must stay out of wolf caution areas. I did in fact write a resolution to the WCC on this issue. My resolution passed in 3 counties and another similar one in 1 other county. I was dismayed to learn that it was sent to the Hunting with Dogs Committee. Saturday, October 19th, it was reviewed. I was unable to attend this meeting and still don't know the resulting action on my request for non-reimbursement to hunters whose dogs die after they are run through wolf caution areas. It is important to know that this committee refused to have a virtual Zoom option and no reason was given for this refusal. This restricted many people from speaking to this issue. The voices of the folks in 4 counties that voted for this resolution were not being heard. It's also troubling that this meeting was not recorded. I believe all meetings should be recorded to ensure full transparency. Since 1987, over $1 million has been paid out for now 474 dead dogs, not including vet costs. The $60,000 plus just for these last 24 dogs could certainly be used for a better purpose than reinforcing this negative behavior. My suggestion, non-lethal predator funding for farmers. I so appreciate being able to speak to you all on this issue. I hope to see some effective change to protect not only hounds used for hunting, but also to protect wolves and wildlife from this incessant barrage of cruelty in their own home territories. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Linda, your written materials to the board and your verbal comments indicate some concern with Conservation Congress process. Earlier in the meeting, I mentioned that the Congress is a completely separate organization, and I'd encourage you to send those concerns directly to the Congress. We will take your written comments and send a copy to them as well for their review and consideration. So thank you again for your comments.
Thank you.
That's our last appearance under open forum. We'll move into informational items. Item 6A, Lake Superior Commercial Fishing Update. This would be Brad Ray, Lake Superior's Fishery Team Supervisor, and Craig Hoopman, Lake Superior Commercial Fishing Board Chair. Brad and Craig, welcome.
Chair Smith, Deputy Secretary Little, members of the board. Again, I'm Brad Ray, Lake Superior Team Supervisor, and with me is Craig Hoopman, who will I'll give most of the time to here, but I'm going to give a quick update on the Lake Superior side of the commercial fishing. So next slide, please. So we have a Lake Superior Commercial Fishing Board. It's composed of licensed commercial fishers and state citizens. We're currently full up with the 5-member board is full with the newly appointed Jessica Risek that just had her first meeting this October. And Craig Hoopman is the current chair of that, and he'll give an update from his perspective. Next slide, please. So I just want to give kind of an overview of the harvest and talk about the 10 licenses that that are active for the state commercial side of the commercial fishery up on Lake Superior. Next slide, please. So this first figure is just the lake whitefish harvest since 1990. What I'd like to highlight is that in 2022 and 2023, we saw an increase in the overall harvest, and that's led to 2023 being just under 750,000 pounds. Again, this is just from the state licensed commercial fishers. Next slide, please. Cisco harvest, which does have a quota, has been a little bit more consistent over time, and we're just under 600,000 pounds last year. Since the increase in the around 2012, we saw an increase due to the change in market. Next slide, please. So Cisco and whitefish make up the majority of the harvest, but lake trout is how we manage a lot of the whitefish harvest, and so much lower scale here, just with 32,000 pounds in 2023 is the lake trout harvest, and you can see that it's been pretty consistent because of the lake trout quota in place. Next slide. We tracked kind of a dockside value based off of reports from wholesalers of what they're buying per pound. So each of those colors, the purple being lake trout, the green being Cisco, and the blue being whitefish, you can kind of see the value of the market. And just in 2023, we're on Lake Superior, again, the state licensed fishers were just under $2.4 million in dockside value. And next slide is will be for questions, but I'll go ahead and pass it over to Craig Hoopman, who's standing right next to me here.
How's that? Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thanks again for having me and taking a minute of your time. I really appreciate it. I'd just like to have a few highlighted things here. My first is a little discussion about the EFR system, the electronic fish harvesting system. It seems to be working quite well. It was kind of a learning curve at first, but it seems to be very successful. It's nice having our quotas and our data in real time. I think I was probably the guy that had the most issue with it, and it's just due to the fact of our poor internet system. I had it at my house and it just did not work. I had a lot of issues, and then I moved it to downtown Bayfield to my dock, and it's been a lot more. We've had a few glitches with internet going out, but it's working a lot better. So I think it's a pretty successful program. And then also a little touch, you guys I'm sure you're all aware of, it's been all over the papers about the Cisco harvest or in the New Year class that's coming up. It's extremely exciting to all of us. It's really playing into the lake trout recuperation and the stocking of the sea forel and brown trout. It's playing a big part in everything for that. I do have some concerns, just talking with all the biologists and to the federal and the state level, of just the sheer size of this year class of fish. It's nothing that I've ever seen, and the biologists I'm talking, it's nothing they've ever seen. So it's going to be really exciting to watch and see what happens, because when you put that sheer number of fish into the system, it's a fight for survival, basically, because there's only so many nutrients to go around. So it's curious to see how that's going to affect our whitefish population in the future, or if it has any effect on it at all. So it's just something to watch, but it's very exciting right now. And we'll be reviewing our quotas in the future, and possibly could be an increase, or depending on what this year class does, which is still about 2 years away from commercially seeing it in our nets until they reach the size for where we will harvest them. Also, little touch base on we have a new water warden that's designated. I think it's a great program. It's a really good idea. We have a gentleman here right now that's just his job. That's what he does, is he's out monitoring. I think it's great for the public to see this, that they are on the water a lot, checking our gear, checking our nets, checking our reports. So there is a lot of accountability. Super nice guy to work with, doing a great job. Really, I've heard nothing but positive things, even from the people in the public, on the work that's being done. He did say that there's more help coming to the area in the future, which will be nice, because I think it's a pretty good size area for one person to cover, from Ashland to Washburn to Bayfield, for the sport side and the commercial side. But it's a good thing. Our whitefish year classes, what I've seen is looking exciting for the future. There is a lot of small whitefish coming up. I believe it's 2 years to 3 years away as well, like the Cisco, before we will see them and be harvesting them in our gear. But the numbers are staggering. It looks really good, really, really good. We've had some great recoupment. So that also is very exciting. Does anyone have any questions right now for me? I just have a couple more items, but
Go ahead, Craig, keep going. I failed to mention earlier that because the commercial boards are statutory bodies, they're not held to our 3-minute limit for testimony. So you've got more time. Go ahead and continue.
Oh, thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. Another thing that I'm very passionate about is, and I believe this is why we have such a successful fishery, is the protection of our closed seasons for spawning, and also our refuge areas. The state fishermen have been very clear that we like how it's been, and it's been, I'm the 6th generation of my family fishing, and these closure dates have been in effect through my entire career and my grandfather's career. And I can't stress enough how important that is, to have these times off, to leave these fish alone, let them spawn, let them do what they do, so that we have a sustainable fishery. And I also feel that way about our refuge areas. I understand through, when we get into negotiations, that a lot of these things are on the table, but I just can't stress enough the importance of having these areas and these closed times to let Mother Nature do what it does. My grandfather he pounded into my head, and one of his statements that he always made was, if a person in the commercial fishing industry cannot make enough money to survive between ice out and September 30th, they should really find another job. because we have opportunity, we have fish. We do well in the summer, and when this September 30th rolls around, we shut this down. And we're happy to do so, to protect these fish and let them do what they do. So that's something that's very near and dear to me, and I hope the board takes that into consideration in the future, and just, you know, keep it in the back of your minds for what's happening, and if any of these things are ever in question. And that actually, and my last point that I like to make is I'm still advocating for one of the state of Wisconsin license holders, and I have complete faith in any one of us that are here fishing up here, is to actually have a seat at the table for the state travel negotiations. Right now, we have representation through the state looking out for our interests, but I would really like to see one of the license holders take part and actually have a say in what's going on and can interject. We have multiple generations of fishermen that have been doing this forever, and I think we can bring an insight to this that a lot of people can't. I mean, we spend more time on this water hour wise and mile wise covering this lake than any other people involved. So it's just it's very important to us, and that's been conveyed to me at the board level, that we would really like to take part in this. And that's really about what I have to touch base with. I'm still as excited I was at the last time I gave this speech. We have the greatest fishery in the country, I believe. I really mean that. It's that exciting.
Well, Craig, thank you very much for your comments, and thank you for your time and your leadership on the board and your willingness to come in and make us aware of the issues up there with an update. We really appreciate that very much. Any questions or comments from the board? Marcy.
Hi, Craig. Just want to thank you for the comment on the learning curve on the electronic reporting. I know there were concerns about that in the beginning, and that there were bugs to work out. You know, I'm sure it was frustrating at the time, but I do appreciate that you got through it and that things are moving along better now. It's really nice to hear. Also, on those closure dates, I appreciate that as well. I recognize how much pressure folks are under in scheduling and things like that, but keeping the resources in mind is just so refreshing to hear. And I'm happy that we get these good reports once a year from the Lake Superior area. And you know, next summer you guys should advocate for a field trip right on the lake.
Why don't you do that, Marcy?
We would love to have you. We would love to have you. It would be a great thing.
Other questions or comments from the board? Rachel, go ahead.
A question and a comment. On the slide showing the whitefish value, it looked like it jumped up quite a bit this year. Did I miss-see that, or I'm just wondering what the reason was? And then my other question was going to be, why did you think that the resources were doing so well, but you did a great job of explaining that. So I appreciate those comments with the protected and closed season in the refuge areas.
Yeah,
So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll jump in on the reason that jumped up in 22 and 23 was really a large amount because the harvest in 2022 and 23 was so much higher than it was in previous, but then also this value is dependent on market situations. And so more were harvested and potentially a little bit higher value of the fish as well. But it's mainly because we saw a big jump in harvest that we hadn't seen back since that 2014 value. And so it's closer to that in value.
And then do you anticipate it stabilizing or continuing to go up?
I actually, with talking with my buyers, I actually see that this coming year will actually go up a little bit. I see, you know, what they're projecting to me is, and the biggest thing is a lot of our product was shipped out for instance, shipped to the East Coast for processing. And that now there's a large processing plant out of Sturgeon Bay that's actually it's kind of a one-stop deal now. They purchase a lot of our herring and quite a bit of our whitefish, where they actually use the entire part of the fish. They've actually made the byproduct is actually making dog treats right now that I sold in my stores that we absolutely could not keep them on the shelf. They also make a fish oil product for agriculture that's been very successful. And they also just added within the last few months a fish mincing program that's actually they're going to be looking at possibly 2 million pounds of herring to be processed and made into gefilte fish this fall. So and this blend of fish, it's a whitefish, it's a herring, it's multiple recipes and multiple different species. So that will actually add to the value of our fish.
And just to highlight some of this use of the more fish is a initiative from the governors and premiers of the Great Lakes. And it's called 100% Great Lakes Fish. And so there's been programs and work to use more of the fish, the parts that usually were landfilled or thrown to use more and make it a more profitable product. And that was started with a whitefish model, and now we're moving into other fish as well. And this is so it's from the governors and premiers of the Great Lakes, and it's called 100% Fish. And I don't know if Justine will mention that in the next on the Lake Michigan one or not, but that's an initiative that is helping with the price per pound.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Craig, Brad, thank you very much. Very interesting report. I can see why you're excited.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Good luck fishing.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, our next item is item 6B, Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Update. We have Justine Haasnauen as the Bureau of Fisheries Management Director and Charlie Henriksen, Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board Chair. Charlie's here in person. Justine, I think I see you on the screen. Okay, welcome.
You do, Chair Smith. So good morning, Chair Smith, members of the board, and Deputy Secretary Little. So today I'm here presenting our annual information item on our Lake Michigan commercial fishing update. So this is going to be very similar to what you just saw for Lake Superior. I'm going to be presenting on current harvest numbers and sales, regulation changes in progress, and the status of our lake trout scope statement. I also do want to acknowledge that we have a few new members to the Natural Resources Board since our last update. So we'll also try to give a little bit more background as we go through to set the scene. So next slide, please. So similar to the Lake Superior Commercial Fishing Board, the Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board is composed of licensed commercial fishers, wholesale fish dealers, and a state citizen representative. The boards were created in 1978 by the Wisconsin legislature, and these boards, and this board in particular for Lake Michigan, is advisory to the department on all matters related to Lake Michigan commercial fishing. There are 7 board members for the Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board. The board is completely full at this time, and those members are Charlie Henriksen, who is the chair, who you'll hear from after me, Dan Politsky, Todd Stuth, Mark Merrick, Rick Johnson, Mike LeClaire, and Brett Schwartz. Next slide, please. The department works very closely with the commercial fishers and the Commercial Fishing Board. For the Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board, a few years ago, we developed an annual process with a MOA, or Memorandum of Agreement, to work to help prioritize the requests that were coming from the Commercial Fishing Board to help answer questions and work on regulations for these fisheries. And today you're going to hear of several items that have been prioritized through this process that we are working on. So annually, we get a report, we get a request in September from the Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board that lists to us the priorities for the board for the next year. So we just received those for 2025, but what you will currently see are the ones we're working on in 2024. The department reviews those priorities from the Commercial Fishing Board and identifies what we have capacity to accomplish and or the authority to work on. And then we work with them through their priorities to address their needs. The primary commercial harvest of species that you will hear about today for Lake Michigan include lake whitefish, yellow perch, and bloated chub. And Brad Ray just commented a little bit, and I will just add a bit more about the 100% Great Lakes Fish initiative. This is, as Brad said, Governors and Premiers initiative. There are many, many partners working with this group. The commercial fishermen on both Lake Superior and Lake Michigan are active in this, as is the Department of Natural Resources, Sea Grant, Fish and Wildlife Service, and many other entities all working together. We all see the benefits of using all the fish, not just the fillet from the fish, but by getting more value out of the fish for the commercial fishers in the products that they are harvesting. And we fully support and are engaged in those efforts and really look forward to see how this effort moves forward. This is an effort that's been ongoing in some European countries and Iceland for many years, and it's new to the US, but I think it really has a lot of potential in having a better use of our sustainable resources. So now I'm going to focus a little bit more onto the harvest reporting. So I'm going to start with lake whitefish. You're going to see two colored bars. One is blue, one is yellow. The blue is the harvest numbers for Lake Michigan proper, and the yellow is for the Green Bay harvest. In 2023, the Green Bay harvest for lake whitefish was 701,502 pounds. And for Lake Michigan was 217,582 pounds. This was total harvest of 919,000 pounds. The information that we get from our management work, our research, and the commercial fishers and their harvest, we've recently been able to increase the quotas on this fishery. Those quotas were last updated in 2022. And in particular, increase the quotas on Green Bay. And the other addition to help assist in harvesting this fish was several years ago was in the addition of adding trawling as an authorized gear for this species as well. As you'll see, the yellow bars are slightly higher than the blue bars. There has definitely been a shift on the lake whitefish populations and where they are residing and doing well throughout the lake, with Green Bay really seeing an increase in numbers of population. The current quota for Green Bay waters sits at 1.175 million pounds, and for Lake Michigan at 800,000 pounds. Next slide, please. We only currently have a commercial harvest of yellow perch in Green Bay. The Lake Michigan portion of that quota has been closed for some time due to very low populations of yellow perch in Lake Michigan proper. Back in the early 2000s, we saw significant population declines also in the Bay of Green Bay for yellow perch. We have been fortunate enough to have several year classes of yellow perch come into this system, which have able to maintain a fishery on that system. The quota has remained at 100,000 pounds for a little over a decade now, almost 2 decades now, sorry. We don't see a major increase in the populations levels out there, but we see a relatively stable harvest of yellow perch from Green Bay, and last year's harvest was 58,202 pounds. Next slide, please. And then the final species that is one of the primary targets is not such a good story, is the bloater chub. The ecosystem changes that we are seeing, that we have seen and continue to see in the lake, especially driven by invasive species such as zebra and quagga mussels. Very similar to what you heard during open forum. The mussels have definitely changed the food sources within Lake Michigan, and especially the quagga mussels. And because of the food that the chubs eat, we've really seen a drastic decline in these populations. And so even though we have large quotas for these fish, the fish are just really not available to the commercial fishes. And I think Charlie might also talk about this too. And so there's almost no harvest of chubs at this time. So in 2023, there was just shy of 5,000 pound harvest. You can't quite see that little blip way on the screen, but you can definitely see that there's been a really drastic change in these fisheries over time. And again, these are really driven by ecosystem changes. Next slide, please. And finally, this is very similar to what Brad Ray just showed you, and this is broken down for the different species in Lake Michigan on harvest values. These are based on information that are provided by the wholesale fish dealers on the average sale prices, and then calculated through the value looking at the pounds of fish that were harvested during the past year. So in 2023, the estimated value for Lake Whitefish was just shy of $6 million for Lake Michigan, and for yellow perch was about $262,000. And again, that is driven, as you just heard from Brad and from Craig, is it's a lot driven by the market value and the fact that more parts of these fish are being used. Especially those whitefish numbers. We have seen slight increase in the commercial harvest actual poundage, but that dollar value is very much more driven by the market value, and Charlie might also address that. So that is sort of wrapping up the sort of harvest and values for the fish. And now I'm going to talk a little bit about two of the main priorities that have come to the department from the Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board. So the first one is the lake whitefish trawling rule. A permanent rule was we had a experimental fishery to determine whether trawling could be an effective gear, have limited bycatch, and be safe to use as an alternative gear for harvesting whitefish. Once we completed that in 2020, a permanent rule was put into effect. However, that permanent rule had a sunset put on it, and this means that we have to either remove, if the sunset expires, the rule just goes away, this gear would not be allowable. And so this board approved a scope statement that the department has been working on with the Commercial Fishing Board over the past few months to look at making this a more permanent rule without a sunset. So this is, this was a new gear, relatively new gear in terms of when we add gear and do things like this. There are certain criteria that are currently in place for using this gear, such as mandatory cameras that are observing the harvest and the bycatch that monitor this, and department staff review this footage and ground truth the reporting to make sure that, the fisheries aren't changing out there on the landscape, and so that we can maintain safe harvests. And so this rule is due to sunset October 31st of 2025, so a year from today, or a year from this month. And so we, like I said, we already have an approved scope statement. We've been working with the Commercial Fishing Board, and we anticipate that the final package of this rule will be coming in front of the Natural Resources Board within the next few months to be in place well ahead of that October 31st deadline. This is something that is very important to the commercial fishers, and we want to make sure there is no interruption in the use of this gear for fishing. All right, next slide. And then the next topic, so this next topic is on the requests from the Commercial Fishing Board to allow the commercial harvest of lake trout. Lake trout commercial harvest was allowed up through the mid 1950s. And then with the significant decline of lake trout populations in Lake Michigan due to multiple environmental factors and other things, especially the invasive species sea lamprey, we saw significant declines in lake trout populations across Lake Michigan. And so harvest has been really restricted for many, many years. It has for both sport and commercial. Commercial still has no access to fishing these fish, and the sport harvest is available now. So we held multiple public input sessions in 2023 with a lake trout commercial fishing stakeholder group to really set and understand where the populations are for lake trout in Wisconsin waters of Lake Michigan and the feasibility of adding back in a commercial fishery. We brought an information item, I want to say it was last October, about a year ago, to this board that really outlined some next steps that we needed to do before moving forward with a scope statement. We have completed those steps, and one of those was identifying with the Great Lakes Fisheries Commission's Lake Trout Working Group if there were other data needs or other things that we have to have information on as we move forward with trying to set up, this potential fishery. And there were 3 items identified by this group that they believe should be ongoing work and or maybe more data collection needs that we need as we go through these processes. One was to obtain more fisheries independent data. So this is survey data from some nearshore locations, especially from Sheboygan down to Kenosha. We have quite a bit of offshore information, but really trying to identify some more information from those locations. The second was to obtain more fisheries independent data, such as creel surveys and the mass marking program, which is where these fish are marked before they're stocked, and then we are identifying these fish as they are harvested, and age information. We are working closely with the Fish and Wildlife Service on this particular aspect to gain more information in this area. And then this third area is really something we've been working with the Commercial Fishing Board on this year, and that was to obtain lake trout bycatch information from current commercial fisheries. Basically looking at the total number of lake trout caught in the commercial year and mortalities from those catches. And this was looking specifically at the current practices that are allowable and the areas that are allowed to be fished and the species that are currently allowed to be fished by commercial fishers. And so because of that electronic fish harvest reporting system, that EFA system, we've been working with Lake Michigan commercial fishers on collecting this based on their current species and locations to really assist in answering this question. And so we've been doing that throughout 2024. And then next slide. And so I just want to wrap up with where we're at in the process for the Lake Michigan Lake Trout Scope Statement. So we have been developing it and drafting it. And so we have a final draft version that is being submitted to the department's administration for approval from the Secretary's office. Once that happens, it will be going to the Department of Administration for statutory authority approval to make sure that we have authority to move forward with the rule. Then from that step, it goes to the governor's office for approval. If the governor's office approves it, then it gets published in the Administrative Register. Will then go to the Joint Committee on Rules and Regulations, and has 10 days to request a preliminary or full public hearing on that scope statement. We are looking to try to get this to you as soon as possible because we do understand the requests and the time sensitivity of this with the Commercial Fishing Board. And so depending on these steps that you see in front of you, we would anticipate that if you don't see it before the end of this year, you'll be seeing it very early in the new year. And with that, I know my next slide says questions, but I believe we'll follow what we did with Lake Superior and hand that over to Charlie, and then we can take questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Justine. Charlie, welcome.
It's a pleasure to be here to talk to the Resources Board, Chairman Smith, Deputy Secretary Little, all the members, new and old. I looked on the Resources Board yesterday to remind myself who I was going to see today, and it's not updated that this board has changed so much and so quickly. So we appreciate your interest and ability to serve on this board. I think it's really important. I don't want to get too far off target here, but you've got all these secretaries up here. It's got to be 2/3 of them I've appeared before. I've been coming to this board since the late 70s, so I don't want to date myself, but I've been around. So as both a representative of our trade association, as a board member of the Commercial Fishing Board, and for nearly a decade as chairman. So we appreciate working with you. We got some information on the Great Lakes Governors and Premiers initiative that I first heard about. I think it's going to be 3 years in February when a guy named David Natzfiger from this group headquartered in Chicago came to the Michigan Fish Producers Convention and spoke about it. And, you know, it was kind of like a shock. And fishers, being occasionally skeptic about involvement with the government, really didn't grasp that we had a government agency, and a government agency that means something, has some clout. Great Lakes Governors and Premiers wanted to do something positive for us, because most of our interactions with government are intended to limit the commercial fishery, and always has been in all these years I've been coming here. At that time, Governor Evers was the chair of that group. So exactly how it came about that they got into this, I'm not positive, but it's based on a program in Iceland called 100% cod. And they've gone over there multiple times and followed this. Now, the difference is that the fishery in Iceland is pretty centralized. So they can build one plant and do all this stuff. But this thing has moved along. They've been back there a couple times. They're talking to a lot of scientists about different things they can make. Probably the most exciting one is that they're going to be able to extract collagen from many different parts of the fish, including the scales. So some of this stuff we don't use, but the 100% cod generates, they claim, $3,000 from a $12 cod. So I mean, this is significant. So it's not all gonna translate back to us, the fishermen on the ground, but you know, if it adds $1 a pound to what we're doing, you know, that's huge. So it's a really good thing, and we're happy. Sea Grant's taken a lot of interest in it, and it's been working with them to host several conferences. So it's going to be, it's going to happen. They're actually looking for where they might build a plant and who's going to build it and who's going to control it. And, you know, there's central spots where a lot of fish goes to. So, but pretty exciting thing. In a lot of other ways, our fishery, different than my good friend Craig explained about Lake Superior, is not quite as rosy. And Justine talked about some of it. You know, the Lake Michigan perch has been a closed season for nearly 30 years. The chub fishery has basically collapsed, and it went to heck in a pretty short time. It was a big blow to the fishery, and one that you know, chub fishing is hard to do. And you go offshore in the middle of winter is when it's the best time to do it. And, but you could always make $1, doing it. So it was like, always an extra safety valve for the fishery, but many of us were rather successful at it. And, we've lost it. My anecdotal information is there's chubs out there, but they've stopped growing, and that's because of the environmental changes primarily caused by the quagga mussel. The quagga mussel took over inland from the zebra mussel inshore, and now they don't have a depth or a temperature restriction, so they've coated the whole lake bottom. There's a movie that was just released by some Canadian filmmakers from the Bruce Peninsula. It's called All Too Clear. And these people were working for several years, on a documentary about the effects of zebra mussels. And it's a pretty astonishing story. They've done stuff with the robotic camera that the first time they took it out of the box and deployed it was in my harbor in Door County. So I've been following these people, and but it hasn't been released in the United States yet, but it's been showing in Canada. As Justine said, and I said, the chub fishery stretch, perch season's closed. The whitefish harvest in Lake Michigan and northern Green Bay is only a fragment of what it once was, also because of these environmental changes. I got a comment on that value slide that we saw, and I couldn't, from where I was sitting, see the bar where those numbers were. So I don't think that went from 0 to 2 million or whatever it was. Justine's putting it up here. But while we've seen some increase in price of fish that we ship, a lot of our fishery has always done value-added products, and we process. We're probably going to produce 250,000 pounds, and we're going to use 60% of that, right in Door County. So, but we fillet fish, we clean fish for fish boils, we make products out of some of the lesser important stuff, and most of the other fishers do something similar to that. The price to ship fish out of town has increased, but excuse me, I'm trying to look at that, but I'm not sure. I'm guessing that that the number that was used for dockside value up till 2021 was probably less than what the dockside value was, because I don't think the money we're really realizing out of the fish is quadrupled in the last couple of years. But that's the first I've seen that. So, the brightest part of our fishery is the whitefish in southern Green Bay. Those of you who've been around here have heard me speak about it multiple times. And all the work we did with a study to prove that we could harvest more fish and not be a detriment to the sport fishery or to the fish stocks. And it was a pretty successful study. It drug on for much longer than it had to. We went 2 years where we had the study composed and we couldn't get anyone to give us a monitor. We finally got UWGB to give us a graduate student who did a 2-year study. So that extended it to a second year. And I think when it ended, Chairman Smith said, well, I guess you were right. I think he said in one of them, we got the increase. But then it was held up and there was some machinations behind the scene. Secretary Cole had to jump in to get us to where we were supposed to be. And then the implementation was finally delayed. So this year is the first year that we have access to that higher number that Justine mentioned, which is nearly 800,000 pounds or slightly under. So that's been helpful. The smaller fishers have either harvested all their quota or they've leased it to more aggressive fishers. We've got one or two fishers who, one had some family issues. The other one is still fishing, but I think a lot of that quota is going to be used this year, and it's much needed in the fishery. So we continue to work with Stevens Point, Green Bay, Sea Grant, the DNR, and anyone else who has an interest in our fishery, and we work with them and help them to get needed data in any way possible. So we're very proactive about that. We're managing to use the new EFR system, the electronic fish harvest reporting. It became more cumbersome as it was implemented, because suddenly there was a lot more data requested from the DNR than what we were doing. So I was a proponent of it. We had a study committee over 20 years ago that suggested we should move in that direction, and it seems to be working. And through that, EFRs we're presenting a lot of real-time data to the DNR. In fact, stuff they use, the DNR monitor, who was in my processing plant yesterday, came to do a fall check of sizes and sex of fish. And he said, wow, I was really surprised when I looked at your catch report at how well you guys are doing right now. So it's an opportunity that we're trying to take advantage of, but it also gives them, the fishing being good, but it also gives them stuff. We're narrowing our discussion on the trawl rule that Justine mentioned. The trawling is a bit controversial because it's an active gear where you chase fish down basically to catch them. But when we approved or gave support to this, the fishers in a very small area who had trawled smelt and alewife for many years until those fish were removed from the commercial harvest to save them as food for salmon and lake trout, had trawled outside of Two Rivers and Manitowoc, and the trawling they're doing is confined to that area. There's what's called the trawl box. So they're not, well, we're gonna say that they can continue to do that. I don't think there's anything that's gonna expand this. There's some talk about time limits that the trawl can be deployed and things like that that we just discussed at our meeting, but that the DNR is staff is working on for the final rule. It'll come to you. One of the things as this rule came forward is we wanted to do it in a timely manner. We did not want to get up against the expiring scope statement, which happened in our whitefish rule, and it was either, take this or start over. And we've repeatedly asked for that. So this rule, I think, should be coming back to you and be completed in a timely manner for next fall before the current rule expires. So we're happy about that. And we appreciate that the staff is doing that. So, and now the other thing about that trawling in that area, there's a lot of sport fishing there. So there's been different rules about what they could do as far as trap netting. There was a lot of discussion in that area for many years about possibly allowing some fishers there to use gill nets, which ultimately never got quite the study or information gathering that the DNR deemed necessary. But one thing it's done is the guys who are trawling now deployed a lot of trap nets, and in the summer they had to have them in a trawl box so people could avoid them. But by not having those trap nets there, they've reduced some gear conflict. So in some ways, it's positive for the commercial fishery that the sport fishery actually approves of. So it's a good thing. So anyway, we're anxiously awaiting on the long overdue scope statement. When we were up north last fall at your meeting, when Justine gave the update on the task force she referred to that rehashed a lot of information. We met 4 times, big group. And at that time, the timeline was that the scope statement was coming to you today. And we're hoping it comes to you either in December or January, because we think it needs to move forward. I gave a brief talk in August saying that I thought our fishing board should almost work with the department to develop that final scope statement, because it's our thing, you know. Lake trout were decimated going back to the 50s by the lamprey eel invasion. The formation of the Great Lakes Fishery Commission was primarily aimed at controlling lamprey, and they still do it. Lamprey control is a huge problem, and they've tried 1 or 2 times to change. They went to more traps instead of this lampricide they use, and it wasn't as effective, and we had a huge breakout in the last 7 or 8 years ago. But we still see a few lamprey out there. There was a big hullabaloo because they were on lamprey out of Kewaunee or Manitowoc, and Senator Coles from Green Bay was out there fishing, and I believe our legislator made a emergency appropriation to the Fishery Commission to improve lamprey control here in Wisconsin. So it was not even close to, you know, it helped, but it was more the idea that we need to support lamprey control. So it's still ongoing. So Wisconsin law calls for a stable and viable commercial fishery. We do not exist at the discretion of fish managers or special interest groups. We supported rehabilitation of lake trout forever. And for several years, the state has relaxed controls on sport harvests of lake trout and said that they're rehabilitating. We had a parade of sportsmen come to the resources board and said lake trout are rehabilitated. There's some concern about some numbers, but most of the benchmarks to call lake trout rehabilitated are being met. And the state for decades had a number of 82,000 fish that was the harvestable surplus, and the sport fishery rarely took much more than 30,000. So there's this huge gap in what could be allowed. We, in the middle of this task force, the state revised their numbers. So despite the planting, and the planting changed a little bit, I'll talk about that, and this natural reproduction, the harvestable surplus number was ratcheted down. So just went from 82,000 to 47,000. So anecdotally, there's a lot of lake trout in the lake. Our fishers in northern Door County, with the reduced whitefish available to them, aren't fishing very much. And I guess there's some people would think that was a good thing, but there's quota available, and they don't fish because lake trout tear up their nets. So it's kind of a difficult to reach a balancing point on what should or shouldn't happen with that. But there were many questions raised at that group about what would happen if we went fishing. So we appealed to the upper level management and got an opinion back from legal that, and our appeal was that, you know, give us several thousand fish. We'll go fish. We're reporting on EFers. So you're going to know everything we do. And we can give you a lot of information about size and whether they're natural fish and, you know, a whole bunch of stuff, just like we do with other species that we fish. And what the answer we got is that there were no fish available. So the way the law is, there's not fish for us. Everybody else has fish, but we don't have any fish. Even a minimal amount to do a study, which is what we were down to answer these questions that were raised in the task force. So we think that we need to move this along, and that this scope statement should make a provision for an emergency rule to allocate some fish to us. We're not talking a lot of fish. We're talking 6,000 or 8,000 fish. And even with the ratcheted down number, that's less than a third of the available harvestable surplus. So then we could have real information, which was stressed all through our whitefish studies, data, I believe, and real information about what will happen if we go fishing. So I think we need to move forward expeditiously to answer these questions. Everybody can fish all the trout they want. You know, the tribal fisheries fish. The feds took the fish that Wisconsin declined to stock and moved them around and planted them on the Michigan side. They're putting them on the Northern Refuge, which is in Michigan. It's only 50 miles or a little more from my dock. So, you know, those fish are all over the north end of the lake. So we believe, and I think the science backs us up, that whether we take a few fish is not going to be the tipping point in whether lake trout are rehabilitated or not. And there's some concern in the sport fishery that we might take some, but they don't prioritize them. They don't fish them except once in a while when they can't catch a salmon. So, and we also believe that the management of the lake has stopped prioritizing lake trout rehabilitation. It's like, oh yeah, we hope it happens, but the single inhibition to lake trout rehabilitation right now, becoming naturally reproducing, is they eat alewives. And there's an enzyme in alewives that keeps them from reproducing. So all these 40 years where we are dumping millions and millions of pounds of trout in and wondering why they weren't reproducing, it turns out it's because they were gorging on alewife. When the alewife population dropped, they started naturally reproducing, and now scientists have discovered that this enzyme is an inhibiting factor. But right now, and I'm not saying this is wrong, but we're managing the lake to maintain a population of alewife. And because we want those fish to be there for our silverfish, for our steelhead, and our cohos and our Chinook salmon. So, you know, and none of those are natural fish. Lake trout is a natural fish. So for the commercial fishery to find a way to take a small amount of lake trout just seems, it's just basically unfair. And we supply fish to the consumers. We fish for the people of Wisconsin. They can buy fresh fish. You know, people in this room have bought fish at my fish market. They've eaten fish we've caught at local restaurants, and everyone else too. So this little bone to the struggling commercial fishery just seems like it's just so long overdue that we need to move forward on it. So thank you for your time, and we'll be back as this scope statement comes, but I think we've tried very hard to talk to staff about where we think it should go, and we intend to try and make it so it works for us.
Thank you, Charlie. Very informative and helpful. More to talk about in the future. Any questions or comments from the board? Deb?
Charlie,
Hi.
Zaki County, and I saw the idea of studying from Sheboygan to Kenosha. Port Washington, where I actually taught for 36 years. What is the status of that particular, is there any commercial fishing still in Port Washington?
Because of the perch being closed and the chubs disappearing, there's a couple part-time boats out of Sheboygan. And there is no commercial fishing south of Sheboygan. That entire fishery has disappeared.
Wow.
The big operation out of Milwaukee where there are 5 or 6 boats on the river there, on Anderson Road, which was the name of a lot of them, it's gone. It's completely gone. Two Rivers, there's some fishing, a little bit of fishing in Algoma. Sturgeon Bay, a couple of us fish out of Sturgeon Bay and into the bay. The sport fishery in Sturgeon Bay was very upset when we looked at a legislative way to get ourselves some fish. And they have from Bailey's Harbor all the way to Kewanee, it's got to be 40 miles where it's a closed area. And we're not asking, you know, we have rules about where and what kind of gear and refuges and are all aimed at protecting lake trout. And we're not asking to remove them. We're just asking to fish where we fish and maybe take a few lake trout. But no, there's nothing there anymore.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Marcy, go ahead.
Justine, could you put that graph with the dockside values up again, please? I just want a clarification on the yellow perch. So with a closed fishery, how are we calculating that value, and what is the picture for the yellow perch? What kind of research, what are we doing to understand what's happening?
Sure, Marcy. So the values for the yellow perch are based on, that is the harvest from Green Bay. So that's not like an estimate of what could have come from Lake Michigan. That value is based on the actual harvest from Green Bay. And
That's
then
a commercial, that's a commercial harvest just within Green Bay.
correct, yes.
Okay.
And so for the yellow perch on Lake Michigan, I think the best thing is for us to follow up with you. There has been a lot of research across not only Wisconsin. This is a phenomenon that also impacted Michigan and Illinois and Indiana waters for yellow perch, especially in the southern part of Lake Michigan. So there's been lots and lots of studies, lots of things tried to be done to rehabilitate it. But again, it's mostly the ecosystem changes that have really driven that for the perch. But we can certainly follow up and get you some information about all the work that's been done on Lake Michigan to try to bring those perch back. It's been worked on for, oh, Charlie, it's probably 30 years at this point, right? At least 20.
Yeah, I think we had it before. I was just wondering if there was there anything new basically that, you know, like the other one where the mussel caused the drop, was there anything specific? But yes, if you have additional information, I'd just be curious. Thank you.
Okay.
Charlie? Might get to the mic. Yep, thank you.
You know, looking back, I think the southern Lake Michigan perch were the first victims of the environmental changes and lack of zooplankton and phytoplankton, because they were an inshore fish that the zebra mussels took over their grounds. The chubs came later because they were offshore, and the quagga mussels took them, because when the mussels first started showing up, whitefish moved deeper and they got skinnier, and then they just and the chubs then moved deeper because the whitefish pushed them out. But then there was no food because the quagga mussels destroyed the diparia, which is was the main food for both of those fish. So the chubs are just out there not reproducing. There's some whitefish in the lake yet, but not nearly what there are. But the whitefish, in one of the more interesting phenomena, are like the most adaptive animal in nature. They went and recolonized Lower Green Bay. They reestablished spawning populations in those rivers. Maybe that's something to do with some of the PCB cleanup in Green Bay that was occurring simultaneously. And they've found a place down there where they can thrive. So it's a pretty phenomenal story. And they're hanging down there. They've become piscivores. They're eating other fish. They never ate other fish when we fished them in the lake and in northern Green Bay. And they're adapting to surviving in warmer water. The guys I first fished with, when I'm talking about the 70s and the 80s, if I told them now that we were catching fish and the bottom temperature was in the mid 50s and the surface temperature was pushing 70, I can hear old Marvin Weberg say, no, Charlie, don't pull my leg, but it's amazing how whitefish have adapted.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from the board? Okay. Move on to item, I should check first, I guess, out of courtesy. We're at noon. Typically, we take a lunch break. We're well into our agenda. We could proceed and delay lunch a little bit, or we could take a time out for lunch. I hear suggestions we keep rolling.
I'm
That
good
work
with
for
that.
everybody? Okay, we'll move on to item 6D. Volunteer and fundraising opportunities. Oh, excuse me, I jumped over 6C. We got a couple items yet. Sorry about that, Matt. 6C is Division of Public Safety and Resource Protection Emergency Response Efforts. Matt O'Brien, Deputy Chief Warden.
Good
Welcome,
morning,
Matt.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Deputy Secretary, members of the board. Matt O'Brien, Deputy Chief Conservation Warden, Division of Public Safety and Resource Protection. Here today, following up on a board member request to talk a little bit more about some of our non-traditional emergency response work. I think everybody has good familiarity since 1879 up in Bayfield when we started protecting fish and wildlife populations. The hunting, trapping, and fishing work is a core part of it. But today we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about it's a little survey of some of the other stuff that keeps us busy as we work to help keep our communities safe. So the first part I want to talk about is our recreational vehicle crash response. So Wisconsin's got about 600,000 boats registered, about 500,000 ATV, UTVs, and about 250,000 snowmobiles. Those keep us busy responding to both the injury and fatal crashes that occur, and we've developed quite a bit of expertise investigating those. Our job when we respond to those, not only to save life, but then to start finding the truth, the what of what happened, and then the why to ensure folks are held accountable. And you've got some pictures up there that ATV was a rollover incident involving a pair of juveniles that were seriously injured. The boat was a boat injury event where an unplanned acceleration collided with the dock. And the last photo there is one of our wardens using what's called a total station, which is a forensic capture tool to help document the scene so we can sort out which vehicles landed where and try to find out who's at fault for those. Hopefully you saw in September, we had a concentrated ATV safety enhancement effort as we've seen UTVs proliferate and go across a lot of Wisconsin's landscape on the road routes. So too have we seen the safety challenges, and we're trying to make a hard push to help keep that safe out there. Some other big case highlights from the past few years, Lake Winnebago, we had a double homicide out there that our staff's expertise in being able to reconstruct that crash helped to ensure accountability for that victim's family. We've also had the Lake Winnebago serious injury incident that occurred with a ferry. I'm sure some of you may have seen in the news. We were able to secure convictions and ensure accountability there. And our boat expertise is frankly so impressive, the skills of our staff. We had the U.S. Coast Guard request us to assist Great Britain and ended up sending one of our employees down to the British Cayman Islands for a boat homicide case down there, and invested quite a bit of time on forensic evidence to help secure a conviction and bring justice for a family down there as well. So we've got some of the best boating experts in the state right here in Wisconsin. Another part that keeps us busy are missing person searches. This can be a child that wanders away from home, or it might be perhaps an Alzheimer's patient that departs their facility. We've got our team of staff that can work on foot or utilize their specialized equipment with ATVs, UTVs that we have as patrol vehicles, snowmobiles, or boats as need be. We've also got a unmanned aerial vehicle fleet, so UAVs or drones, as some folks know, that are pictured there. We've got a statewide drone team, and those are camera equipped. They've got forward-looking infrared, and we've got some exceptionally talented staff. So they can assist with not only trying to locate where folks may be as they've departed, but then also help some of those lost hikers, other folks try to get back to the trails. We've had some canoers go missing and spend a few days in the wilderness unanticipated, and can bring them back to safety as well. Sort of a subset of that is getting lost out on the water. Unfortunately, Wisconsin, with tens of thousands of miles of rivers and 15,000 plus lakes, has a lot of water. And as folks go out there and adventure that, unfortunately, sometimes we lose folks overboard. We have a handful of these that we can produce successful live recoveries for, and unfortunately, sometimes we lose Wisconsinites in our lakes. So our mission there is really to try to find some closure for the families. In order to accomplish that, we've got the device there on the left. It's called a remotely operated vehicle. It's almost like a little submarine drone that swims under the water with arms, and we can put those down to about 1,000 feet under the water, which gets us all of Lake Michigan and the Lake Superior portions of our jurisdiction. And those underwater recovery vehicles are really helpful because they're sonar equipped. They have a camera. You can see in the photo there, there's actually a vessel coming through the camera screen there on the video ray. And it allows us to survey what's at the bottom. We use our side scan and towfish sonars to identify targets. We can put the rove down, and then we can keep our public safety divers that our local sheriff's departments or fire departments utilize a lot safer, particularly this summer. As we scroll across, you'll see over on the right side, there's actually a boat getting towed behind the Warden boat there. It's completely submerged. That was a bit of an exciting couple days down in Kenosha. Our staff had responded down there to assist with a scuba diver that had not surfaced, and they had been spending a few days trying to locate that diver and then perform a recovery. In the midst of all that, there was a criminal that had a domestic violence incident with their significant other, ended up armed and suicidal, fled out on his boat out 3 miles in the middle of Lake Michigan, and then foundered the boat. So we had to kind of pivot our mission, go out there and respond. We're able to securely recover that individual safe and alive, and bring him into custody back to shore. Staff pivoted with the rescue equipment, headed out, and were able to locate the missing scuba diver, and then bring him to the surface without having to even put the Kenosha dive team in the water. So especially with water depths at 130 feet, that's a huge safety benefit to keeping our other first responders safe from having to go in the water. We're part of a huge multi-agency response with the Coast Guard, our local fire departments and sheriff's departments. This summer, we had a sailboat with some children that were missing off in the waters of Green Bay. We were fortunately able to at least recover a few of the lost folks from those with that vessel. With our partners in Ozaukee County, I think we had a paddleboarder last summer that we had pretty large wide area searches. And this all comes down to having the right equipment. We have to have the right vessels and sonar equipment, and we have to provide a lot of opportunities for staff to be trained and successful so that when they deploy, they can produce those results. Another core sort of daily bread and butter for us is general law enforcement assistance. So that's everything from basic crashes that happen in communities, motor vehicle crashes, domestic violence incidents. We're routinely assisting our sheriff's departments, local police departments with response. A lot of Wisconsin's very rural, and there's not quite the amount of first responders that we wish we had. So we partner with our local authorities to provide them backup, and then they assist us as well. A few examples there, I think 2 summers ago, EAA, we lost a T-6 Texan aircraft, crashed in the waters of Lake Winnebago. We assisted the Winnebago County Sheriff's Department there for about a 3-day effort using our sonar, our rove, and then a number of our marine team vessels to assist with locating all of that aircraft wreckage and partnering with the NTSB to ensure we properly documented the scene there so they could try to diagnose the cause of the crash. The middle picture there in Milwaukee, we've been very busy. This year we had the RNC and had a number of security efforts. Folks may have noticed that there's a lot of national figures visiting Wisconsin these days. Not sure if something's going on next month, but believe it or not, we get a lot of requests to assist the U.S. Secret Service with the protection details for all of those candidates coming and going. So we partner with our local responders as well to ensure safety there. In Milwaukee, during the Bucks playoffs games, one of our warden vessels was instrumental in detecting a group of armed juveniles who were, I believe, trying to engage in some serious gang violence that probably would have produced fatalities. They were able to detect what was going on, intervene and effectuate arrests with no one harmed. So critical attentiveness, being in the right place. We talked a little bit about Green Bay. That's the orange vessel up there in the top right corner is a really specialized fiberglass winter airboat that allows us to go from ice to water, back up onto ice, no matter how messy. We can get around in that thing. It's got a nice heated cab, and seems like the past few years we've been using that to pluck a few fishermen off of Green Bay when they don't quite pay attention to some of the ice conditions that are prevailing out there. So a critical piece of rescue equipment. Fires, I know our forestry partners would tell us that this is a pretty dry fall, so it's been unusual adapting to that. Our wardens routinely are providing initial scene response, scene size up, assisting with road closures out there, evacuations. I think we just had one in Green Lake County, and seems like every spring we're having some aggressive fires. So we appreciate the partnership with our forestry folks as we respond to those, and then after the fact investigations too. So some of these are arsons. Fond du Lac County, Kettle Moraine State Forest, we had a very long, several years long investigation. We're able to bring to justice essentially someone who's been starting fires for the better part of 20 plus years. So we were able to go back, find some cold cases from the early 2000s, line up what we learned recently, and we're able to secure convictions there as well and help protect those communities. Last but not least, I'll highlight our medical call response. You've got a few photos there. I think the one is from Peninsula State Park with somebody paying, well, the lack of attention to some of the cliff details there with the beautiful vistas. We were able to assist our local responders with the medical event from the fall that occurred at that property. And then the next one over is a rope rescue up at Devil's Lake State Park. We have quite a few folks that unfortunately can't quite navigate some of the trails or rock faces there and get in a little bit of trouble. Unfortunately, us with the Baraboo fire folks can effectuate successful rescues. The National Guard sometimes flies in their helicopters to assist with that as well. And probably our biggest pride point here in the past 4 months, the past state budget, with the support of the administration, Joint Finance was able to fund us for purchase of AEDs statewide. So we've got 200 of those rolled out in every warden squad. I think we made it about 2 weeks after the first ones were distributed before our first save. So I think we've had about 4 deployments already, 2 of which have produced, live Wisconsinites who I'm confident were otherwise not going to make it. So really impressive what our staff are able to do by being out in their communities, providing that rural coverage, paying attention to the radio calls that go out. And in that first case, I think was up in Mosinee, checking fishing licenses down the road, got a report of a resident in cardiac arrest. We're able to get on scene, get that AED attached, successfully deploy it. And I think the gentleman was talking in the back of the ambulance. So we're able to get a Wisconsinite back home to their family. So those are fathers, husbands, dad that, that family has somebody around yet. So just a really neat piece of equipment and great responsiveness by our staff there. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions, but otherwise happy to share just a little bit about what keeps all of our great staff busy throughout the state.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions or comments? Deb, then Robin.
Comment, it appears that in your spare time, you should be writing television and movie scripts with all these stories you've been sharing in your spare time.
Yes, we'll be sure to put that in the recruiting videos. Yeah, no, it's our staff are exemplary. They're well equipped, they're well trained, they have service hearts, they're involved in their communities. And on the days when their communities need them most, they're there and they accomplish what needs to be done.
Thank you.
Robin.
Yeah, really, thank you for everything you and all your staff do. It's really impressive to see the coordination with all the other entities that also provide similar services. And I guess one of my questions is, I know there's like mutual aid agreements that go on between different organizations, but when there's a special request, for example, the Bucks, I'm not a basketball fan, sorry, the Bucks tournament, or maybe the RNC or other political events, like, is there compensation that comes back to the agency for some of those more organized events?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, our day-to-day general response, we have a diversity of funding through boating, snowmobile, GPR funding. That covers most of what we do. We always want to be good stewards. So that, the day-to-day help in the sheriff's department on something I think is reasonable within that scope. You bring up a good point. When we sort of hit this threshold of, is it still reasonable to be committing our existing resources to some of these special efforts? At what point do we need to start asking for, hey, you got to backfill a little bit? I think some good examples of that were, during the Act 10 protests that the Department of Administration assisted us with covering some of the wages from having so many staff deployed there. The RNC is another great example where all of the agencies that participated are then eligible for reimbursement. So we keep detailed, records of all of our mileage and our lodging and everything so that we can get made whole from those efforts. Absolutely. So yeah, it's always tough, and we're very thoughtful about resource commitments and try to always find the niches where we can succeed best. These presidential visits are a great example. I don't know the hundreds of law enforcement resources that are needed for each of them. So we always try to find our niche of, yeah, if it's a water body, maritime protection, infrastructure protection on bridges. I mean, those all fit well for us. And it's easy then to pivot from that work right into the next fishing contact or the boating contact. So it's good continuity, but we're very thoughtful with that. Having only 154 field stations, our staff are the only responders of their type in a lot of those communities. And when there's a spill or a dam breach, we need somebody there to be able to go. So we got to be very thoughtful about how we tie up efforts for sure.
Go ahead.
So I also know back in the day, there used to be a lot of federal money from a Homeland Security perspective for buying equipment, and that those funds have sort of dried up over time. So are there federal resources available for grants for some of the specialized equipment that you have?
Yeah, you're exactly right. The money has changed over time. I think post 9/11, there was a huge surge of Homeland Security dollars that came in, and that allows you to get a lot of neat gadgets and training and capacity. And then your challenge always is sustainment, because all of the law enforcement equipment is very expensive and it eventually needs to be replaced. So we've certainly seen that ebb and flow over time, but I think generally the Homeland Security money has gone down. We still have great opportunities with the Coast Guard. We receive a very significant recreational boating safety grant that assists us with procuring boats to make sure our staff have the right equipment out there. We continually work with our FEMA partners to apply for grants there as part of our port security spill response. And last year we were successful in getting one of our brand new Great Lakes boats subsidized with federal dollars. So that's a great, state match opportunity. Yeah. As for the remotely operated vehicles, those run about $250,000 a piece. $250,000. So it's a very expensive piece of equipment. Irreplaceable though, when you're talking about providing closure to families and keeping other divers and first responders safe. That's one of those challenging areas where we've, always had to try to figure out how do we sustain the long-term path of that, and always work with our management and budget partners as part of the annual budgeting process of how do we find sustainable funding sources to maintain that. But it seems like all of our equipment is expensive, and there's always, another something you need. Radios get more expensive, patrol vehicles get more expensive as boat prices go up, those impact us as well. So we're always thoughtful, and we've been very privileged to have exceptional support with our secretary's office, the governor's office, of trying to make sure we've always got the resources needed to accomplish our mission.
So would the money that came in from having your own TV show be something? I'm just
Other questions or comments?
Just a comment on the AEDs. I can't emphasize enough how important those are. Those of us in a rural community, that first response, just the time it takes for an ambulance to get there, it's made an incredible difference at rural sheriff and wardens and anything in the community with a public access should invest in those. So good job. Thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you, Matt. Very good reminder, very informative of really a unique set of skills and equipment and services provided in the warden's force that doesn't always get a lot of visibility statewide and a lot of publicity, but obviously very valued. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think all of the members have the amended agenda in our packets, so you might want to read the next one just to update. Okay. Yep, we don't have it, so.
Before I read it and launch it, it strikes me we've been sitting here for a couple hours, and let me just check in if anybody needs a 5-minute break or not before we go any farther. I don't hear any screams. Okay, let's move on to 6D. Volunteer and fundraising opportunities by the public associated with the DNR, including the Natural Resources Foundation of Wisconsin, Phil Reinisch, Deputy Administrator, Division of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and David Clutter, Executive Director of the Natural Resources Foundation of Wisconsin. Welcome, Phil and David. Look forward to it.
Thank you, Chair Smith, Deputy Secretary Little, and members of the board. I am Phil Reinisch. I am one of the Deputy Division Administrators in the Division of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I work closely with the State Park System as well as our Natural Heritage Conservation Bureau. And today I'm joined by David Clutter, the Natural Resources Foundation of Wisconsin, their Executive Director, to talk about volunteer opportunities, fundraising on department lands. We've heard a lot about those as you guys have traveled around this summer. So to highlight some of that and then highlight our partnership with the Natural Resources Foundation. So to start, I think we've heard, as I mentioned over the summer, that DNR is proud of its many partnerships with friends groups and other volunteer organizations that contribute their time and money to advancing the department's mission in state parks and on other department properties. This presentation will cover a little more on the monetary and time donations our volunteers and others give, with a special focus on the department's partnership with the NRF, or Natural Resources Foundation. And we'll hand it off to Dave to talk a little bit more about the Cherish Wisconsin Foundation. So volunteers play a critical role in a number of areas, helping to supplement staff resources, including in property maintenance, trail maintenance, and habitat management. Additionally, they volunteer in customer service and in educational capacities. I think it's fair to say that without the countless volunteer hours on land management and their financial contribution of the department's partner organizations, the visitor experience and habitat on our properties would look different than it does today. A great example of one of our partnership and volunteer programs is the Natural Heritage Conservation Bureau's State Natural Area, or SNA, Workdays program. Last year, 37 groups volunteered in 24 counties, working on over 3,000 acres on state natural areas. Here we have a map of where that work occurred. Those volunteers donated over 8,000 hours of their time battling invasive species, protecting natural communities, and keeping SNAs the special places that they are. One great example of the work that such work being done by volunteers using saws, shovels, and just hard work to remove brush and burdock near bat roosting sites was at Nita Mine State Natural Area. So we all know our bat population has been hard hit by white nose syndrome and can use all the help it can get. And by taking proactive action, these volunteers helped bats at a critical site like Nita Mine SNA survive, while also maintaining this important site for scientists who are studying white nose syndrome and bats' response to it. The Volunteer Workday was a joint effort between the DNR's SNA volunteer program and the Prairie Enthusiasts, another partner of ours, and their Glacial Prairie chapter. It's another testament to the power of partnerships, which, quick plug, you can read more about in the 2023 SNA volunteer report on our website. So our most common type of volunteer group are friends groups, and we hear a lot about those. And so friends groups are nonprofit organizations dedicated to supporting the department and specific properties. They fill a variety of needs on Wisconsin State Park System properties and other properties, including property and habitat management, such as invasive species removal, tree planting, trail maintenance, along with Other duties that make DNR properties enjoyable, such as customer service through camp hosting or educational opportunities through being volunteer naturalists. In fiscal year 2024, the 64 friends groups that serve 69 properties within the state park system volunteered over 40,000 hours of their time. That's on top of the $3.5 million in acknowledged donations to the state park system, much of that coming from the friends groups. The expansive efforts of these friends groups, along with our other partners, enhance the state park system, and a few recent examples of those enhancements have come before the board, including the Copper Falls State Park Pavilion that recently opened, the now under construction Lapham Lodge at Lapham Peak at the Kettle Moraine unit, or Lapham Peak unit of the Kettle Moraine State Forest, and perhaps most recently, the grand opening of the New Glarus Woods mountain bike trails, which occurred 11 days ago and was a partnership between the department, the Friends of New Glarus Woods State Park, and Corp, the Capital Off-Road Pathfinders. While friends groups are often associated with state parks, and a lot of times that's what we think, we actually have 11 friends groups supporting wildlife areas around the state, including, as we heard last month on the board's tour, at the Meade-McMillan Wildlife Area. That group recently delivered this device that you see on the screen called a terrain hopper. The terrain hopper is one of the latest in accessible mobility devices. And through a very generous donation to the Friends of Meade-McMillan Wildlife Areas, that device is now going to be available for folks visiting the property to visit the visitor center area where we were, some of the trails, the Dragonfly Pond, as well as the rookery on Little Birch Flowage and the observation deck on Town Line Flowage. So I think having been out there last month, you guys can appreciate how nice that'll be for others to be able to get around on this new device. So aside from friends groups, or along with friends groups, I should say, and our many other partners, one of our very key partners is the Natural Resources Foundation of Wisconsin, or NRF. DNR has long had a critical partnership with NRF for over 38 years now, helping to raise funds for many conservation projects around the state. Many of these funds have been critical for projects on the very same state natural areas that we talked about that we have volunteers working on now. The funds that NRF provides are often critical for using to match other grants or to raise the funds that we need to match grants. And that means that oftentimes the dollars that we raise from the initial donation are stretched at times as far as quadrupling the initial donation when we combine it with other grants in the Natural Heritage Conservation Bureau. The donations help fund much of the non-game species work in other areas that are other times difficult to fund using grants such as rare plants and invertebrate work. In addition to funding, NRF helps us engage with the public and bring kind of the conservation world to them. Through perhaps the best known effort of this is the NRF field trips programming. Last year, over 275 field trips were held, and I think a few are still wrapping up this year. And many of those were hosted or informed by DNR staff and their work. The field trips help bring DNR's work to the public's awareness and are a great asset in our efforts to ensure relevancy to Wisconsinites' lives. You'll have to check with Dave or on the NRF website, but I believe the next round of field trips get posted in March. So if you're interested in looking for those, you know the guy to get the inside track here in a bit. Our partnership with NRF continues beyond just funding and field trips to on-the-ground projects like at Rush Creek State Natural Area. The Rush Creek State Natural Area project was recently featured in the Natural Resources magazine, and it's an effort to reconnect nearly 1,000 acres of habitat at the site and align habitat management with a changing climate. Staff working on the Rush Creek State Natural Area project have developed what is called an adaptation workbook and have been showing this to other staff. And it's a management tool example that may be repeated on other sites as property managers work to adapt the sites they work on to manage for changing conditions and changing climate. Without funding from NRF, this may not have been possible. And now, in addition to the benefits to Rush Creek itself, it'll help inform land managers at both the DNR and our partner agencies and NGOs as they tour the site and learn from the work that's been done by our two programs there. So to bring it back to funding from the NRF, I'll note that the funding provided by NRF is important to department conservation efforts. And since 2020, the NRB has acknowledged over $1.2 million in donations from NRF. Those donations come from a variety of funds. I have a few examples up here, and they range in size and function from the relatively small but important Rare Plant Preservation Fund, which is a little over $6,000 since 2018, to the $259,000 donated by the Pollinator Protection Fund and the $440,000 to the Bat Conservation Fund, both since 2019. So very important conservation work. Those are some big numbers that obviously can get a lot of work done. Perhaps the most common fund that a lot of us know about whenever we buy a license or otherwise interact with the Go License or the Go Wild system is the Cherish Wisconsin Outdoors Fund. And so talk a little bit more about that. I'll now ask Dave to come up to the mic and talk a little more about NRF and Cherish Wisconsin.
Thank you for that. Well, I realize I stand between you and lunch. So I'm going to try to keep this quick, but I'm Dave Clutter, Executive Director with the Natural Resources Foundation of Wisconsin, Chair Smith, Deputy Secretary Little, and our board. Thanks very much for having me. I'm just going to talk a little bit. Let's see, I think that's our forward. I'll talk just very briefly about NRF and who we are, just so you have an idea of kind of where we come from. Ultimately, we come from you, and I'll share that here in a second. But our mission as an organization is to protect Wisconsin's lands, waters, and wildlife. And we do that by providing funding, leading partnerships, and connecting all people to nature. Our vision as an organization is, in the future, Wisconsin's flourishing ecosystems are protected, sustained, and cherished by diverse communities. So our beginnings, NRF was founded in 1986, and you can see the Natural Resources Board authorized the DNR to help found the foundation back in the day. So your body was critical to getting NRF off the ground as an organization. We were founded as a friends group to the department. Early in our days, I think we were looking at some high profile projects, trumpeter swans, timber wolves, and whooping cranes to raise the profile of what we were trying to achieve as an organization. And today, we'll celebrate our 40th year in about 2 years, year and a half. But we have 4,000 members as an organization. We're a statewide organization, a private nonprofit conservation organization and foundation. And the way I like to sort of describe our organization is there are kind of 3 legs to the stool of our organization. We provide programming. Phil talked about our field trip program. We also run the Great Wisconsin Birdathon, which is a statewide effort, which is just a lot of fun. And I'll not get into details, but you can ask me later about that. Also, we are a grantor and a grantee. So we seek foundation grants from other foundations, private foundations, national foundations, run that money through our organization to support public land management. But then we're also a foundation in the sense that we hold permanent endowments. So endowments are permanently restricted funds. We currently hold about 130 of those endowed funds. Everything from the Lower Wisconsin Riverway to specific state natural areas to environmental education programs. And the Cherish Wisconsin Outdoor Fund is one of our permanent endowments that we hold as well. So the Cherish Fund, my predecessor, Charlie Luthen, executive director back in 2012, worked with DNR leadership and the legislature to create legislation for the Cherish Wisconsin Outdoor Fund. It was Act 148. It was, I think, the only bipartisan piece of legislation that entire session. But it's a public-private partnership. And as you can see, the legislature allowed DNR the opportunity to provide outdoor enthusiasts to donate to this fund. So most of the funding right now, in fact, 99% of that funding is coming through the Go Wild system. So when you get your hunting license or fishing license, there is a checkoff box right when you sign out. You can donate $2 or more to Cherish. I mentioned this recently, but we had about 275,000 in the fund over the first 9 years or so of the program. As soon as it went on the Go Wild system, now we're looking at about $350,000 a year through that system. So that system has been really instrumental in helping build that fund. And I think I'll talk about that here in the next slide. But the fund purpose is to protect, restore, and improve habitat here in the state of Wisconsin. So how it works? Well, currently we have about 2.5 million in that fund. I started as executive director. I came back to the foundation about 5 years ago. The fund was at about $1 million. So over the past 5 years, we've added about 1.5 million to that fund. Only 1% of licensed users donate to that fund on an annual basis. So obviously we'd like to see that number increase. The annual payout rate with all our endowments, including this important fund, is 4.75%, roughly 5%. An endowment, for those who aren't familiar with endowments, are permanently restricted funds. TIAA manages our funds. On an annual basis, then the interest income that grows off that fund, we distribute 4.75% of that. We take a small fee, 1%, and then the rest of the growth is reinvested in the fund, so it continues to grow. What else would I like to say about that? I think that's pretty good for right now. Again, the focus is on state-managed land, so this is not for private property or private lands or even private lands that are permanently protected. This money goes back to the state, goes back to the DNR for publicly owned lands. So I think that's an important point to make. The process, a little bit about the process. So when the funds come to NRF through the Go Wild system from the state, we invest those with TIAA. We then make that 4.75% distribution. At that point, DNR leadership works with land managers to elevate certain projects that they would like funding. Then we have a committee. The DNR, I should say, has a committee, a stakeholder committee. And this is, hunters and anglers, it's DU, it's TU, it's, birding groups. It's a very robust, large committee. They make recommendations then on what projects to fund, and then the DNR funds those projects. And to date, we've provided about 169,000, so it's been kind of a slow ramp up. But this year we have about $79,250, which is pending. So our board does approve those final distributions based on the recommendations from the state. But this year, yeah, we have about $80,000 with 5 projects pending. So I just wanted to, before I close, give you an idea of some of the projects that have been funded over the years. So again, that beginning period was kind of a slow ramp up where we were distributing enough money to actually put on the ground. So 2017, we skipped a year because we started kind of chopping into that corpus, but then started making regular distributions starting in about 2021. So you can see, Baraboo Hills, the Pierce County Islands Wildlife Area Restoration, Pool 4, Lulu Lake, Lawrence Creek Fish and Wildlife Area, and so on. The pending projects this year are Spread Eagle Barrens, Sauk Prairie Recreation Area, Northern Highland American Legion State Forest, Lodi Marsh, and High Cliff State Parks. So I hope this gives folks kind of a good overview of that fund. And I just want to thank, DNR and the NR board for your engagement and leadership. The field trip program, has certainly been a great success, and it does really feature DNR projects, but also helps, our organization raise the awareness among the citizenry here about the important work that's being done. And we're happy to be that conduit. So I guess with that, I'll take any questions you might have, and Phil as well.
Questions for David? Comments? Robin?
Sorry, lunch is soon, I know. So when you had that last slide of your distribution of funds, do those funds get given to the department, or does your organization?
They're given to the department.
Okay, so then they're managing those projects within the agency.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, this is the department's money. So we're just managing it, through TIAA, but this money goes back to the department. Yeah.
Other questions? Doug?
Thanks, Chair. So I might have missed that adaptation workbook. Was that something through you guys, or was it a partner that developed that?
Yeah, NIAX is the partner, Northern Institute for Applied Climate Science. Thank you. Yeah, NIAX. So they developed the tool. And I think DNR staff, as well as our staff at NRF, decided that that was something that they wanted to sort of model at Rush Creek. And so we helped secure some of the funding to make that happen.
That tool, something they share?
Absolutely.
Other entities interested in it?
Absolutely. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, sure. Good question, Doug. They have hosted several demonstration events at the site with other agencies and would be more than willing to share it, so we can reach out to you.
Other questions, comments? Marcy?
Just a request, Phil, you had some numbers that you read but weren't necessarily on the slides, so they won't show up in our documents. So if you could just provide the overall numbers kind of thing, and as well the slides, I'd appreciate it. I just, I've learned so much through other discussions with how the Cherish program works, and how, what, like you said, what we saw from friends groups throughout the summer. It's just really impressive. So thank you.
Other questions, comments? I have a quick one. A real credit to you, David, to your predecessors, your staff, your boards. When the foundation started back in '86, one of the primary stimuluses was department had some of this. It was like environmental damages money from lawsuits, environmental lawsuits, and it required long-term management. They really weren't equipped and organized to do that. So they were looking for a counterpart organization, a partner that could serve the function of maybe a nonprofit foundation as part of a company. This would be sort of a side organization that would handle these long-term investments of money and look for ways to, use that to the benefit of the resource. And over the years, the effort that you've made and your predecessors have made have just completely expanded the role of the foundation. It's become effective in many, many more ways, I think, than any one person envisioned. And you're in a really good place right now.
Yeah.
Second part of my question is, the Cherish Fund is a great example of success. It's been primarily focused on the license buyers.
Right.
And yet it demonstrates what we've seen here in some of the donations coming in through the board, the impressive generosity and support for natural resources in the state of Wisconsin across the population base. And you saw what happened when Cherish came online as a part of the Go Wild system. All of a sudden it energized that generosity. It gave people an easy way to contribute when they're doing business with the department. How do we expand that to a broader base in the population? We have a lot of users that don't buy licenses, and they don't have to do a business transaction with us. And yet they're very generous people.
Yeah, that's the $1 million question, right? I think, part of what we're hoping to do is, build awareness around Cherish, so we, certainly we have been thinking about events. Cherish is really a regular part of our marketing that we do on an annual basis. Actually, Cherish is something that we're looking at for this year as being a feature in our field trip program. Really, again, trying to raise awareness of the importance of these funds and what they ultimately help achieve. So helping people connect the dots. But yeah, you're right. Right now, I think hunters and fishers are, through their generosity, really providing a lot of dollars through Cherish, but we'd like to expand that and think of mechanisms or figure out mechanisms that can bring in, the birders and the canoers and the kayakers and so on and so forth. So that is something that we're constantly thinking about and constantly working on, and you've hit the nail on the head.
I have to pass on a little bit of feedback that I've gotten over the last couple of years too. The function that you provide, the service you provide to the citizens of the state, has given them a vehicle for people that want to do something significant with their assets at some point in their life. And it has developed into an endowment program where they've got an institution like yourself that's secure, It's professional management of their monies, and people have contributed to that significantly. And you've got a lot of those endowments that are targeted for work and conservation. And it's a service that is really appreciated by the public, and it's used increasingly.
Yeah, well, thank you. And yeah, and I didn't, you mentioned the escrow funds. We still hold some of those escrow funds for the agency, but of our 130 endowments, the asset base right now is about 11 million and growing. So yeah, we know that there is going to be a large transfer of wealth, and we hope that by being good fiduciaries of these funds, that we can be beneficiaries of those dollars and push those into really the highest priority needs throughout the state.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Thanks for being a great partner.
Thank you for having us.
Bill, thank you for the report. Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 7, Department Secretaries Matters. Deputy Secretary Stephen Little.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. 7A1, retirement recognition. I'd like to recognize Mr. Michael Seeger, a member of our forestry division, celebrating 33 years of employment with the Department of Natural Resources. I would request a motion to approve this recognition of his retirement.
I would move to accept that recognition.
Got a motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second from Marcy. Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 7B, acts of the Department Secretary. 1, real estate transactions. Are there any questions on real estate transactions? I'll take that as a no. Thank you very much. And then lastly, 7C, Department Secretary Matters. I just wanted to give a thanks to the staff for the preparations of particularly the information items this afternoon for this meeting. It's a partnership with questions that are being raised by the board, and I think it allows the staff an opportunity to answer those questions, but then also highlight the important work that the department does, which sometimes is not always brought to the fore. So thank you for that, and thank you to the staff for the work that you all do. And then lastly, once again, welcoming Rachel to the Natural Resources Board. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Move on to item 8, Board Members Matters. Rachel, you're first. This is an opportunity in the meeting if we have particular issues or experiences that we want to share with the board or raise. This is the time to do it.
I will just offer my continued thanks and appreciation. I've learned a lot through this meeting, and look forward to service to the board and to the state of Wisconsin.
Thank you. Doug, you're next.
Thanks, Chair. Just to add on to the welcome for Rachel. So welcome to the board. Anything you need on board knowledge side of things, only spent 1 year, actually, October, 1 year.
On this board, you're a veteran.
So anything we can help with, just reach out. Happy to help. Other than that, just thanks to staff for making themselves available and helping with anything on the agenda, and everyone that pitches in to make themselves available with information. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Deb?
Hi, Rachel. I'm a veteran of 8 months, so my seasoned experience is here for you at any time. But to echo Doug and everyone here, the DNR staff is just fabulous. And I always feel a little guilty when I give a call, because you know how you're interrupting. I always kind of feel like I'm interrupting their day, and they're just so generous. And Cheryl spent time with me to make sure that I passed the ethics and public training, and she was very gentle and kind with me during that. So I can't say, and I always say this, that the group that you will be working with is just probably one of the best groups of folks I've ever met. And on a sad note, though, if my grandfather were alive, he'd be very, very unhappy that he wouldn't be getting his box of smoked chubs for his birthday every year from Smith Brothers in Port Washington. So that's what we did. And he would take them apart and wrap them all up and put them in the fridge and eat them for lunch for 12 days. So anyway, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deb. Robin?
Yeah, again, ditto. Rachel, you'll love it. It's great. Best volunteer opportunity ever. And again, as what everybody else has said, it's because you're working with such professionals who are experts, not only in their field, but across, and often they're experts for the country in what they do. So a lot of kudos to staff. I also feel that I would be remiss if I didn't extend a huge thank you to Paul Burr for the work that he did. And I personally really value the perspective that he brought, and I know you will bring, because it's not my background. Same with, I think, the perspective we get from Doug. I really, really value your thoughtfulness, and Paul was the same way in terms of providing their perspective and helping me see things maybe from a different perspective. So it's really important to have that diversity as part of this group. So a big shout out to Paul and for his service, and also allowing you to fill that role with the board here. Other than that, I look forward to, I hate to say this because I'm still in shock that it's still almost the end of October, but we won't be seeing each other until after the Thanksgiving holiday and the deer hunt that's going to be happening. So for you hunters, I hope you have a successful season, and look forward to hearing stories in December.
Thank you. Marcy?
Thank you. Add my welcome to Rachel. Call if you have any questions. I guess I've got the second longest now on the board. So yeah, we learn a lot, that's for sure. And I love the variety of topics we get to talk about. I'm gonna switch to a recognition for our friends at the Lower Wisconsin Riverway Board. They have had a year of anniversary year of 35 years since the Lower Wisconsin Riverway Board was established. They've had a number of celebrations, and it'll culminate this Sunday with what they're calling the Anniversary Bash, scheduled for the Wisconsin Riverside Resort on Sunday, October 27th. It'll draw the legislators who helped to craft the political bipartisan consensus that resulted in the protection of the river from the Prairie du Sac Dam to its confluence with the Mississippi River at Wyalusing. So significant event on Sunday. And again, just hats off to Mark Cupp and the board members who have served for so many years to make that such an incredible resource in the state. Secondly, my second item came via the PFAS discussion with Adam on health standards and how we work with the health department and the number of items beyond PFAS and lead that the staff has to be concerned about and that we should equally be concerned about for what's in our drinking water, both groundwater and municipal. So if we could get it on the list of rotations for another informational session or a briefing on the other issues of high priority as we look to clean water for the citizens of the state, I would like that to be on a future agenda item, please. And I can specify that Adam and I can work together on that to make that a little bit more clear, since I'm not finding my words, but thank you.
Okay. I'll take my opportunity briefly to double down on Robin's comments. I also wanted to acknowledge Paul Burr's years of service, his contributions to the board, and to wish him the very best in his personal life going forward. Been an enjoyable fellow to work with. So with that, I think we're ready for a motion to adjourn, and I turn to Rachel and say, how would you like to make the motion to adjourn?
I would like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting, my first meeting on the NRB board.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Deb. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Rachel. And thanks to everybody. Wish you a happy Thanksgiving, a safe and successful deer season, and so on. We'll see you in December. Yes.